Section 4, Shorter Selections. J. Hector St. John de Crevoisier, Letters from an American Farmer, excerpts from Letter 3 and Letter 4. J. Hector St. John de Crevoisier's biography. J. Hector St. John de Crevoisier was a French immigrant to North America whose book, Letters from an American Farmer, offered one of the earliest expressions of American exceptionalism. The book is constructed as an imagined set of letters written by a fictional Pennsylvanian farmer named James to a British nobleman. James describes his life in America and, in many of his letters, explicitly compares the socio-economic conditions of the North American colonies to those of Europe. The fictional James also travels to other locations, including Massachusetts and South Carolina, and describes the regional differences between the various American colonial states. Crevoisier first traveled to North America in 1755, and, after serving in the French and Indian War as a cartographer for the French army, he moved to New York. He became a naturalized citizen in 1765 and purchased a large farm. Soon after, he married and had children. He began writing his letters early in the 1770s on the cusp of the American Revolution, and the war is a featured subject in the last letter of the book. In that last letter, Farmer James describes his distress at the increasing antagonism between the Americans and the British, expressing his wish to move further west in order to avoid conflict. In reality, Crevoisier also feared the emerging war, and he tried to return to France in 1778. But he was arrested by the British, accused of being an American spy, and prevented from leaving North America until 1780. When Crevoisier finally arrived in Europe, he sold his letters to a London publisher, and the book was released in 1782 to much acclaim. 4 years later, he published a longer version of the book in France. Although the book celebrates America, it was much more popular among European readers than American ones. After the war, Crevoisier returned to New York only to discover that his wife had died, his farm had been burnt down, and his children resettled in Boston. He remained in the new United States for several years, returning to France at the very beginning of the French Revolution. Selected work: excerpts from Letters from an American Farmer by J. Hector St. John de Crevoisier, written in 1782. Letter number 3. What is an American? I wish I could be acquainted with the feelings and thoughts which must agate the heart and present themselves to the mind of an enlightened Englishman when he first lands on this continent. He must greatly rejoice that he lived at a time to see this fair country discovered and settled. He must necessarily feel a share of natural pride when he views the chains of settlements which embellishes these extended shores. When he says to himself, "This is the work of my countrymen, who, when convulsed by factions, afflicted by a variety of miseries and wants, restlessness and impatient, took refuge here. They brought along with them their national genius, to which they principally owe what liberty they enjoy, and what substances they possess." Here he sees the industry of his native country displayed in a new manner, the traces in their works and embryos of all the artists, scientists, and ingenuity which nourish in Europe. Here he beholds fair cities, substantial villages, extensive fields, and immense country filled with decent houses, good roads, orchards, meadows, and bridges. Where 100 years ago all was wild, woody, and uncultivated. What a train of pleasing ideas this fair spectacle must suggest. It is a prospect which must inspire a good citizen with the most heartfelt pleasure. The difficulty consists in the manner of viewing so extensive a scene. He has arrived on a new continent. A modern society offers itself to his contemplation, different from what he had hitherto seen. It is not composed, as in Europe, of great lords who possess everything, and of a herd of people who have nothing. Here are no aristocratic families, no courts, no kings, no bishops, no existential dominion, no power, no invisible power giving a few a very visible one, no great manufacturers employing thousands, no great refinement of luxury. The rich and the poor are not so far removed from each other as they are in Europe. Some few towns existed. We are all tillers of the earth. From Nova Scotia to West Florida, we are a people of cultivators, scattered over an immense territory, communicating with each other by means of good roads and navigable rivers, united by the silken bands of a mild government, all respecting the laws without dreading their power, because they are equitable. We are all animated with the spirit of industry which is unfettered and unrestrained, because each person works for himself. If he travels through our rural districts, he views not the hostile castle and the haughty mansions, contrasted with the clay-built hut and miserable cabin, where cattle and men help to keep each other warm and dwell in meaninglessness, smoke, and indulgence. A pleasing uniformity of decent competence appears throughout our habitations. The meanest of our log houses is a dry and comfortable habitation. Lawyers or merchants are the fairest titles our town affords. That of a farmer is the only appellation of the rural inhabitants of our country. It must take some time ere he can reconcile himself to our dictionary, which is but short in words of dignity and names of honor. There, on a Sunday, he sees a congregation of respectable farmers and their wives, all clad in neat homespun, well mounted, or riding in our humble wagons. There is not among them an esquire, saving the unlettered magistrate. There he sees a parson as simple as his flock, a farmer who does not riot on the labor of others. We have no princes for whom we toil, starve, and bleed. We are the most perfect society now existing in the world. Here, man is free as he ought to be, nor is this pleasing equality so transitory as many others are. Many ages will not see the shores of our great lakes replenished with inland nations, nor the unknown bounds of North America entirely peopled. Who can tell how far it extends? Who can tell the millions of men whom it will feed and contain? For no European foot has yet traveled half the extent of this mighty continent. The next wish of this traveler will be known whence came all these people, They are a mixture of English, Scottish, Irish, French, Dutch, Germans, and Swedes. From this promiscuous breed, that race now called Americans have arisen. The eastern provinces must indeed be accepted as being the unmixed descendants of the Englishmen. I have heard many wish that they had been more intermixed also. For my part, I am no wisher, and think it is much better as it has happened. They exhibit a most conspicuous figure in this great and variegated picture. They too enter for a great share in the pleasing perspective displayed in these 13 provinces. I know it is fashionable to reflect on them, but I respect them for what they have done, for the accuracy and wisdom with which they have settled their territory, for our decency of their manner, for this early love of letters, this ancient college, the first in this hemisphere, for all their study, industry, which to me, who am but a farmer, is the criterion of everything. There never was a people situated as they are, who with such ungrateful a soil have done more in so short a time. Do you think that the monarchical ingredients which are more prevalent in other governments have purged them from all foul stains? Their histories assert the contrary. In this great American asylum, the poor of Europe have by some means met together, and in consequence of various causes, to what purpose should they ask one another what countrymen they are? Alas, 2/3 of them had no country. Can a wretch who wanders about, who works and starves, whose life is a continual scene of sore afflictions and pinching penury, can that man call England or any other kingdom his country? A country that has no bread for him, whose fields procured him no harvest, who met with nothing but the frowns of the rich and severity of the laws, with jails and punishments, who owned not a single foot of extensive surface of this planet? No. Urged by a variety of motives, here they came. Everything has tended to regenerate them. New laws, a new mode of living, a new social system. Here they are becoming men. In Europe, they were as so many useless plants, wanting vegetative mold and refreshing showers. They withered and were mowed down by want, hunger, and war. But now, by the power of transplantation, like all other plants, they have taken root here and flourished. Formerly, they were not numbered in any civil lists of their liberty, except in those of the poor. Here they rank as citizens. By what invisible power has this surprising metamorphosis been performed? By that of the laws and that of the industry. The laws and indulgent laws protect them as they arrive, stamping on them the symbol of adoption. They receive an ample reward for their labors. These accumulated rewards produce them the lands. Those lands confer on them the title of freemen. And to that title every benefit is affixed which men can possibly require. This is a great operation daily performed by our laws. For whence proceed these laws? From our government? Whence the government? It is derived from the original genius and a strong desire of the people, ratified and confirmed by the crown. This is a great chain which links us all. This is a picture which every province exhibits, Nova Scotia excepted. There the crown has done all. Either there were no people who had genius, or it was not much attended to. The consequence is that the province is very thinly inhabited indeed. The power of the crown, in conjugation with the mosquitoes, has prevented men from settling there. Yet some parts of it flourished once, and it contained a mild, harmless set of people. But for the fault of the new leaders, the whole were banished. The greatest political error the crown has ever committed in America was to cut off men from a country which wanted nothing but men. What attachment can a poor European immigrant have for a country where he had nothing? The knowledge of the language, the love of a few kindred as poor as himself, were the only cords that tied him. His country is now that which gives him land, bread, protection, and consequence. Ubi panis ibi patricia is the motto of all immigrants. What then is the American, this new man? He is either a European or the descendant of a European. Hence that strange mixture of blood which you will find in no other country. I could point out to you a family whose grandfather was an Englishman, whose wife was Dutch, whose son married a French woman, and whose present 4 sons now have 4 wives of different nations. He is an American who, leaving behind him all his ancient prejudices and manners, receives new one from the new mode of life he has embraced. The government he obeys and the rank that he holds. He becomes an American by receiving in the broad lap of our great alma mater. Here individuals of all nations are melted into a new race of men, whose labors and posterity will one day cause great changes in the world. Americans are the Western pilgrim who are carrying along with them the great mass of arts, science, vigor, and industry which began long since in the East. They will finish the great cycle, and Americans that were once scattered all over Europe, here they are incorporated into one of the finest systems of population that has ever appeared, and which will hereafter become distinct by the power of the different climate they inhabit. The American ought therefore to love his country much better than that wherein either he or his forefather was born. Here the rewards of this industry follow with equal steps the progression of his labor. His labor is found on the basis of nature, self-interest. Can it want a stronger allurement? Wives and children, who before in vain demanded of him a morsel of bread, now fat and frolicsome, gladly help their father to clear those fields which exuberant crops are to arise to feed and form new options. To feed and clothe them all, without any part being claimed, either by a despotic prince, a rich abbot, or a mighty lord. Here religion demands but little of him. A small voluntary salary to the minister and a gratitude to God. Can he refuse these? The American is a new man who acts upon new principles. He must therefore entertain new ideas and form new opinions. From involuntary idleness, severe dependency, penury, and useless labor, he has passed to toils of a very different nature, rewarded by ample substances. This is an American. Europe contains hardly any other distinctions but lords and tenants. This fair country alone is settled by freeholders, the possession of the soil they cultivate, members of the government that they obey, and the farmers of their own land. By means of their representatives, this is a thought which you have taught me to cherish. Our differences from Europe, far from diminishing, rather adds to our usefulness and consequence as men and subjects. Had our forefathers remaining there, they would only have crowded it, and perhaps prolonged those convulsions which had shook it so long. Every industrious European who transports himself here may be compared to a sprouting growing at the foot of a great tree. It enjoys the draws but little portion of sap. Wrenched it from the parent's roots. Transplant it, and it will become a tree bearing 100 fruit also. Colonists also, therefore, entitled to the consideration due to the most useful subjects. 100 families barely existing in some parts of Scotland will here in 6 years come to an annual exportation of 10,000 bushels of wheat, 100 bushels being the common quantity for an industrious family to sell. If they cultivate good land, it is here then that the idle may be employed, the useless become useful, and the poor become rich. But by riches I do not mean gold and silver. We have but little of these metals. I mean a better sort of wealth, cleared lands, cattle, good houses, good clothes, and an increase of people to enjoy. There is no wonder that this country has so many charms and presents to Europeans, so many temptations to remain in it. A traveler in Europe becomes a stranger as soon as he quits his own kingdom. But it is otherwise here. We know, properly speaking, no strangers. This is every person's country. We know no strangers. This is every person's country. The variety of our soils, situations, climates, governments, and produce halt something which must please everybody. No sooner does a European arrive, no matter what conditions, than his eyes are opened upon the fair prospect. He learns this town's he retraces many of his own country manners. He perpetually hears the names of families and towns with which he is acquainted. He sees happiness and prosperity in all places. Disseminating, he meets with hospitality, kindness, and plenty everywhere. He beholds hardly any poor. He seldom hears of punishments and executions, and he wonders at the elegance of the towns. Those miracles of industry and freedom. He cannot admire enough our rural districts, our convenient roads, good taverns, and our many accommodations. He involuntarily loves a country where everything is so lovely. When in England he was a mere Englishman, here he stands on a large portion of the globe, not less than its fourth part, and may see the productions of the north in iron and naval stores, the provisions of Ireland, the grain of Egypt, the indigo, the rice of China. He does not find, as in Europe, a crowded society where every place is overstocked. He does not feel that perpetual collision of parties, that difficult of beginning, that contention which oversets so many. There is room for everybody in America. Has he any particular talent or industry? He exerts it in order to procure a livelihood, and it succeeds. Is he a merchant? The avenues of trade are infinite. Is he eminent in respect? He will be employed and respected. Does he love a country life? Pleasant farmers present themselves. He may purchase what he wants and thereby become an American farmer. Is he a laborer, sober and industrious? He need not go many miles nor receive many informations before he will be hired, will feed at the table of the employer, and paid 4 or 5 times more than he can get in Europe. Does he want uncultivated lands? Thousands of acres present themselves, with which he may purchase cheap. Whatever be his talent or indications, they are most moderate. He may satisfy them. I do not mean that everyone who comes will grow rich in a little of time. No, but he may procure easy, decent land by his industry. Instead of starving, he will be fed. Instead of being idle, he will have employment. And these are riches enough for such men to come over here. The rich stay in Europe. It is only the middling and the poor that immigrate. Would you wish to travel in independent idleness from north to south? You will find easy access and the most cheerful receptions at every house, society without ostentation, good cheer without pride, at every decent version which the country affords, with little expense. It is no wonder that the European who has lived here for a few years is desirous to remain. Europe, with all its pomp, will not be compared to this continent for men of middle stations or laborers. A European, when he first arrives, seems limited in his intentions as well as in his view, but he very suddenly alters his scale. 200 miles formerly appeared a very great distance, but it is now a trifle. He no sooner breathes out the air than he forms a schedule and embarks in designations he would never have thought in his own country. There the plankton of society confines many substantial ideas and often extinguishes the most laudable schemes which here ripen into maturity. Thus Europeans become American. Letter 9. Description of Charlestown. Thoughts on slavery, on physical evil, a melancholy scene. Charlestown is, in the north, what Lima is in the south. Both are capitals of the richest provinces of their respective hemispheres. You may therefore conjugate that both cities must exhibit the appearances necessarily resulting from riches. Peru is abundant in gold. Lima is filled with inhabitants who enjoy all those gradations of pleasure, refinement, and luxury which proceed from wealth. Carolina produces commodities more valuable perhaps than gold, because they are gained by greater industry. It exhibits also on our northern stage a display of riches and luxury, inferior indeed to the former, but far superior to what are to be seen in our northern towns. Its situation is admirable, being built at the confluence of 2 large rivers, which receive in their course a great number of inferior streams, all navigable in the spring for flatboats. Here, the produce of this extensive territory concenters. Here, therefore, is the seat of the most valuable exportation. Their wharfs, their docks, their magazines are extremely convenient to facilitate this greater commercial business. The inhabitants are the gayest in America. It is called the center of our beau monde, and is always filled with the richest planters of the province, who resort hither in quest of health and pleasure. A European at his first arrival must be greatly surprised when he sees the elegance of their houses, their sumptuous furniture, as well as the magnificence of their table. Can he imagine himself in a country the establishment of which is so recent? The three principal classes of inhabitants are lawyers, planters, and merchants. This is the province which has afforded the first the richest spoils, for nothing can exceed their wealth, their power, and their influence. They have reached the ne plus ultra of worldly felicity. No plantation is secured, no title is good, no will is valid, but what they dictate, regulate, and approve. The whole mass of provincial property is become tributary to this society, which, far above priests and bishops, disdain to be satisfied with the poor mosaical portions of the tenth. I appeal to the many inhabitants who, while conducting perhaps for their right to a few hundred acres, have lost by the mazes of the law their whole patrimony. These men are more properly lawgivers than interpreters of the law, and have united here, as well as in most other provinces, the skill and dexterity of the scribe with the power and ambition of the prince. Who can tell us this may lead in a future day? The nature of our laws and the spirit of our freedom, which often tends to make us litigious, may necessarily throw the greatest part of the property of the colonies into the hands of these gentlemen. In another century, the law will possess in the north what now the church possesses in Peru and Mexico. While all is joy, festivity, and happiness in Charlestown, would you imagine the scene of misery overspread in the country? Their ears by habit are become deaf, their hearts are hardened, they neither see, hear, nor feel for the woes of their poor slaves, for whom the powerful labor of their wealth proceeds. Here the horrors of slavery, the hardship of incessant toils are unseen, and no one thinks with compassion of these showers of sweat and of tears which from the bodies of Africans daily drop and moisten the ground till they are tilled. The cracks of the whip urging these miserable beings to excessive labor are far too distant from the gay capital to be heard. The chosen race eat, drink, and live happy, while the unfortunate ones grub up the ground, raises indigo or husks the rice, exposed to the sun full on scorching as their native one, without the support of good food, without the cordials of any cheering liquor. This great contrast has often afforded me subjects of the most conflicting meditation. On the one side, behold a people enjoying all that life affords, most bewitching and pleasurable, without labor, without fatigue, hardly subjected to the trouble of wishing. With gold dug from Peruvian mines, they order vessels to the coast of Guinea. By virtue of that gold, war, murders, and devastation are committed in some harmless, peaceable African neighborhood, which dwelt innocent people, who even knew not but that all men were black. The daughter torn from her weeping mother, the child from the wretched parents, the wife from the loving husband, whose families swept away and brought through the storms and the tempest to this rich metropolis. There, arranged like horses at the fair, they are branded like cattle, and then driven to toil, to starve, and to languish for a few years on the different plantations of these citizens. And for whom must they work? For persons they know not, and who have no other power over them than that of violence, no other right than what this accursed metal has given them. Strange order of things! O nature, where art thou? Are not these blacks thy children as well as we? On the other side, nothing is to be seen but the most diffuse misery and wretchedness, unreliable even in thought or wish. Day after day they drudge on without any prospect of ever reaping for themselves. They are obligated to devote their lives, their limbs, their will, and every vital exertion to swell the wealth of their masters, who look not upon them with half the kindness and affection with which they consider their dogs and horses. Kindness and affections are not the portion of those who till the earth, who carry the burdens, who convert the logs into useful boards. This reward, simple and natural as one would conceive it, would border on humanity, and planters must have none of it. If Negroes are permitted to become fathers, this fatal indulgence only tends to increase their misery. The poor companions of their scanty pleasures are likewise the companions of their laborers, and when at some critical season they could wish to see them relieved, with tears in their eyes they behold them perhaps doubly oppressed, obliged to hear the burden of nature, a fatal present, as well as that of unabated tasks. How many have I seen cursing the irresistible propensity and regretting that by having tasted those harmless joys they have become the authors of double misery to their wives. Like their masters, they are not permitted to partake of those ineffable sensations with which nature inspires the hearts of fathers and mothers. They must repel them all and become callous and passive. This unnatural state often occasions the most acute, the most pungent of their afflictions. They have no time, like us, tenderly to rear their helpless offspring, to nurse them on their knees, to enjoy the delight of being parents. Their paternal fondness is embittered by considering that if their children live, they must live to be slaves like themselves. No time is allowed them to exercise their pious office. The mothers must fasten them on their backs, and with this double load follow their husbands in the field, where they too often hear no other sound than the voice or whip of the taskmaster, and the cries of infants broiling in the sun. These unfortunate creatures cry and weep like their parents, without a possibility of relief. The very instinct of the brute, so laudable, so irresistible, runs counter here to their master's interest, and to that God all the laws of nature must give way. Thus planters get very rich, so raw, so unexperienced am I in this mode of life, that were I to be possessed of a plantation, and my slaves treated as in general they are here, never could I rest in peace. My sleep would be perpetually disturbed by the retrospect of the frauds committed in Africa in order to entrap them here. Frauds surpassed in enormity everything which is a common mind can possibly conceive. I should be thinking of the barbarous treatment they meet with on shipboard, of their anguish, and of the despair necessarily inspired by their situation. When torn from their friends and relations, when delivered into the hands of people differently colored, whom they cannot understand, carried in a strange machine over an ever-agating element which they have never seen before, and finally delivered over to the severities of the whippers and excessive labors of the field. Can it be possible that the force of custom should ever make me deaf to all of these reflections? And as insensible to the injustice of that trade and to their miseries as the rich inhabitants of this town seem to be? What then is man, this being who boasts so much of the excellence and dignity of his nature, among that variety of unscrutable mysteries, of unsolving problems with which he is surrounded? The reasons why man has become thus created is not the least astonishing. It is said, I know that they are much happier here than in the West Indies, because land being cheaper upon this continent than in those islands, the fields allow them to raise their subsistence from the fields allow them to raise their subsistence from are in general more extensive. The only possible chance of any alleviation depends on the humor of the planters, who, bred in the midst of slaves, learn from the example of their parents to despise them, and seldom conceive, either from religious or philosophy, any idea that tends to make their fate less calamitous, except some strong native tenderness of heart, some rays of philanthropy overcome the obduracy contracted by habit. I have not resided here long enough to become insensible of pain from the objects with which every day I behold. In the choice of my friends and acquaintance, I always endeavor to find out those whose dispositions are somewhat congenial to my own. We have slaves likewise in our northern provinces. I hope the time draws near when they will all be emancipated. But how different their lot, how different their situation, in every possible respect. They enjoy as much liberty as their masters. They are as well clad and as well fed in health and sickness. They are tenderly taken care of. They live under the same roof, and are, truly speaking, a part of our families. Many of them are taught to read and write, and are well instructed on the principles of religion. They are the companions of our labors, and treated as such. They enjoy many prerequisites, many established holidays, and are not obliged to work more than white people. They marry where inclination leads them, visit their wives every week, and are decently clad as the common people. They are indulged in education, cherishing and chastising their children, who are taught subordination to them as their lawful parents. In short, they participate in many of the benefits of our society without being obliged to bear any of its burdens. They are fat, healthy, and hearty, and far from repining as their fate, they think themselves happier than many of the lower class whites. They share with their masters the wheat and meat provisions they help to raise. Many of those whom the good Quakers have emancipated have received that great benefit with tears of regret, and have never quitted, though free, their former masters and benefactors. The following scene will, I hope, account for these melancholy reflections, and apologize for the gloomy thoughts with which I have filled this letter. My mind is, and always has been, oppressed since I became witness to it. I was not long since invited to dine with a planter who lived 3 miles from me, where he then resided. In order to avoid the heat of the sun, I resolved to go on foot, sheltered in a small path, leading through a pleasant order to avoid the heat of the sun. A pleasant wood. I was leisurely traveling along, attentively examining some peculiar plants which I had collected, when all at once I felt the air strongly agitated, though the day was perfectly calm and sultry. I immediately cast my eyes towards the cleared ground, for which I was but a small distance, in order to see whether it was not occasioned by a sudden shower, when at that instant a sound resembling a deep, rough voice uttered, as I thought, a few inarticulate monosyllables. Alarmed and surprised, I precipitatedly looked all around, when I perceived at about 6 rods distance something resembling a cage, suspended to the limbs of a tree, all the branches of which appeared covered with large birds of prey, fluttering about and anxiously endeavoring to perch on the cage. Actuated by an involuntary motion of my hand, more than any design of my mind, I fired at them. They all flew to a short distance with the most hideous noise, when, horrid to think and painful to repeat, I perceived a negro suspended in the cage and left there to expire. I shudder when I recollect that the birds had already picked out his eyes, his cheekbones were bare, his arms had been attacked in several places, and his body seemed covered with a multitude of wounds. From the edges of the hollow sockets and from the lacerations with which he was disfigured, the blood slowly dropped and tinged the ground beneath. No sooner were the birds flown than swarms of insects covered the whole body of this unfortunate wretch, eager to feed on his mangled flesh and to drink his blood. I found myself suddenly arrested by the power of affright and terror. My nerves were convoked. I trembled. I stood motionless, involuntarily contemplating the fate of this negro in all its dismal latitude. The living spectre, though deprived of its eyes, could still distinctly hear, and in his uncouth dialect begged me to give him some water to allay his thirst. Humanity herself would have recoiled back with horror. She would have balanced whether to lessen such reliefless distress, or mercifully with one blow to end this dreadful scene of agonizing torture. Had I had a ball in my gun, I certainly would have dispatched him. But finding myself unable to perform so kind an office, I sought, through trembling, to relieve him as well as I could. A shell ready fixed to a pole, with which had been used by some negroes, presented itself to me, filled it with water, and with trembling hands I guided it to the quivering lips of the wretched sufferer. Urged by the irresistible power of thirst, he endeavored to meet it as he instinctually guessed its approach by the noise it made passing through the bars of the cage. "Thank you, white man, thank you. Put some poison and give it to me." "How long have you been hanging here?" I asked him. 2 days, and I have not died. The birds hurt me. Oppressed with the reflections which this shocking spectacle afforded me, I mustered strength enough to walk away and soon reached the house at which I intended to dine. There I heard that the reason for this slave being thus punished was on account of having killed the overseer of the plantation. They told me that the laws of self-preservation rendered such executions necessary, and supported the doctrine of slavery with the arguments generally use to justify the practice, with repetition of which I shall not trouble you at present. Adieu. Also, I didn't want to talk in like a slave voice, so that's why I gave him like a normal voice, because I didn't want to I don't know, overstep, I guess. American exceptionalism. Like many travel narratives from this period, Crevoisier arranges the book as a series of letters. Letter 3, included in your selection, is one of the most famous, because here James describes the idyllic socio-economic situation of the American colonies. As he explains, because land is so abundant in North America, it is also affordable, and, therefore, those people who would be impoverished in Europe are able to become property holders in America. The ability to own land is critical, because ostensibly, anyone who owns their own soil can grow their own food and can therefore achieve economic independence. This is why Crevoisier describes America as being exclusively a nation of farmers. We are all tillers of the earth, from Nova Scotia to West Florida. Here, he makes a casual relationship between an agrarian economy and what he characterizes as the idyllic political system of the American colonies. For example, he claims that because everyone farms, there is less class stratification. The rich and the poor are not so far removed from each other as they are in Europe. Because of this relative economical homogeny, and because every person is economically self-sufficient, there is no need for coercive or repressive laws. The people are united, he writes, by the silken bands of mild government. Since he writes before the onset of the American Revolution, Crevoisier is not making the case for national independence, but he does portray the English colonies in America as politically and economically exceptional. Letter 3 is also of major significance in American literary history because it is one of the first moments we read an appeal to the coherent and unified American identity, or what Crevoisier labels an American race. Here, individuals of all nations are melted into a new race of men. Indeed, many scholars believe that the metaphor of the United States as a melting pot, as a coercive assembly of heterogeneous groups, finds its earliest expression in Letters from an American Farmer. Needless to say, Crevoisier is not imagining racial diversity in this new race of men, as he only describes people of European descent, as he states in the final sentence of the chapter. Thus, Europeans become Americans. Slavery in America. Letters from an American Farmer begins with an idyllic picture of American prosperity and peace, but as the book continues, it describes an increasingly less picturesque world. James leaves the fecund soil of his Pennsylvanian farm and travels to Massachusetts, where he discovers a rocky ground in which it is more difficult for European settlers to make a living. But the most stunning rupture of the idealism occurs in the 9th letter, description of Charlestown. Here, James describes his experiences in Charlestown, South Carolina, and his focus is largely on the way that life in the Southern American colonies is shaped by the enslavement of African people. While he celebrated America in letter 3 because people owned their own land, and therefore also their own labor, He observes in letter 9 that those who own the land in South Carolina do not labor the soil. Indeed, the soil is made fertile by the sweat and tears of enslaved workers who till the ground and harvest the crops. And while he earlier praised the economic conditions of America for their relative equality, conditions of America, insisting that no one was either ostensibly wealthy nor impoverished, he identifies wide economic stratification in Charlestown. He writes, "The chosen race eats, drinks, and lives happy, while the unfortunate ones grub up the ground, without the support of good food, without the cordial of any cheering liquor." Indeed, the letter begins with a comparison of Charlestown to Lima, Peru. British and Anglo-American readers would have read this allusion to the wealthy city of earlier Spanish colonialism as derogatory, since Spain was associated in English writing with greed, cruelty, and improvidence. James asserts that slaveholders in Charlestown are equally cruel. Their ears are, by habit, are become deaf, and their hearts hardened. If we read the description of America in letter 3 as a portrait of the American utopia, we should read the depiction in letter 9 as dystopia. Everything that James describes as perfect about his Pennsylvanian farm is inverted in this letter. Those who labor the soil do not own it. There are enormous inequities between the wealthy and the enslaved, and the beautiful landscape is replaced with the horrifying scene depicted at the end of the letter. Farmer James comes upon an enslaved black man who has been tortured and left to die in a cage hanging in the Carolina woods. His body has been bitten and eaten by birds and insects, and he begs James to put him out of his misery. While humans and nature had worked in beautiful tandem in Pennsylvania, here the natural world and the human world are quite literally eating the man alive. One way of reading the juxtaposition between letters 3 and 9 is to see the former letter as expressing Crevoisier's desire for the new homeland, and the latter as expressing the realities of America. Although Crevoisier indicts slavery, identifying how it violates the ostensible political ideas of America, he also depicts Farmer James as abandoning the tortured man. James neither rescues nor kills him, simply giving the man a drink of water and then leaving him to suffer. In this way, perhaps Crevoisier represents America's own relationship to racial violence, a recognition of it, but also a willingness and ability to look away and take no responsibility for it. After all, in letter 9, James admits that we have slaves likewise in our northern provinces. He insists that the lot of northern enslaved people is different in every respect from those in southern states, but his justification is obviously inadequate since the situation is essentially the same. All slaves are denied the rights of personhood. Indian oration. Conoscentego speech at Lancaster. Conoscentego's biography and Indian oration. Conoscentego speech at Lancaster. Conoscentego's biography and Haudenosaunee Iroquois politics. Conoscentego was a member of the Onondaga Nation, whose original homeland was located in central upstate New York. The Onondaga were one of the original 5 nations of the Iroquois, which later expanded to 6. Or the Haudenosaunee League. Conoscentego serves as a diplomat for the Haudenosaunee, as he helped to negotiate several treaties with the British involving the land that ultimately became the state of Pennsylvania. Although Canasantiago was not personally involved in the negotiations that led to white ownership of the land on which the novel Wieland is set, the Haudenosaunee League was an important player. The land was originally owned by the Lenape, Delaware, tribe, but the Lenape were defrauded when Pennsylvanian officials used an unsigned, or perhaps even forged, deed from 1686 to claim that the land had already been sold. The transaction in 1737, which most historians describe as a swindle, is called the walking purchase. In the aftermath, the Lenape appealed to the Haudenosaunee League for support, but the latter refused, deciding it was in their best interest politically to appease the English colonists. Several years later, in 1744, the Lancaster Treaty transpired, in which the Haudenosaunee sold land claims in Virginia. But the two parties had very different understandings of the terms of the exchange. Virginians thought that they had been granted territory all the way to the Ohio River, while the Haudenosaunee understood the ceded land only to extend to the Shenandoah Valley. The ultimate conflict is not, however, the subject of Canasantiago's speech. Instead, he offered an indictment of another claim, namely that Virginia should not have to negotiate with the Haudenosaunee since they had an earlier treaty with the Saskatchewan. Canasantiago contested this, explaining that the English were newcomers. As he states, what is 100 years in comparison of the length of time since our claim began since we came out of this ground. In this way, he asserts the priority of indigenous ownership. Canasantiago also expresses concern that the increasing number of white settlers are causing a supply problem of both land and deer. We are now straitened and sometimes in want of deer, and liable to many other inconveniences since the English came among us, and particularly from that pen and ink work that is going on at that table. The pen and ink work refers to the Lancaster Treaty being written and signed, and thus Canasantiago's speech threatening American Indian territory. And thus Canasantiago specifically identifies how English colonists are threatening American Indian territory and rights. We should observe the contradictions between Canasantiago's worry about scarcity and Crevoisier's claims about the abundant land available to European settlers. Selected work. Speech at Lancaster, Canasantiago, 1744. From a treaty held at the town of Lancaster in Pennsylvania, printed and sold by Benjamin Franklin in 1744. Brother, the governor of Maryland, when you presented the affair of the land yesterday, you went back to old times and told us you had been in possession of the province of Maryland above 100 years. But what is 100 years in comparison to the length of time since our claim began, since we came out of this ground? For we must tell you that long before 100 years ago, our ancestors came out of this very ground, and their children have remained here ever since. You came out of the ground in a country that lies beyond the seas, and there you may have a just claim, but here you must allow us to be your elder brethren, and the lands to belong to us long before you knew anything of them. It is true that when 100 years ago the Dutch came here in a ship, and brought with them several goods such as owls, knives, hatchets, and guns, and many other particulars which they gave us, And when they had taught us how to use their things, and we saw what sort of people they were, we were so well pleased with them that we tied their ship to the bushes on the shore, and afterwards, liking them still better the longer they stayed with us, and thinking the bushes too slender, we removed the rope and tied it to the trees. And as the trees were liable to be blown down by high winds or to decay of themselves, we, from the affection we bore them, again removed the rope and tied it to a strong and big rock. And not content with this, for its further security, we removed the rope to the big mountain, and there we tied it very fast, and rolled wampus about it. And to make it still more secure, we stood upon the wampum and sat down upon it to defend it and to prevent any hurt coming to it, and did our best endeavors that it might remain uninjured forever. During all this time, the newcomers of the Dutch acknowledged our rights to the land and solicited us from time to time to grant them parts of our country and to enter into league and covenant with us and to become one people with us. After this, the English came to the country and, as we were told, became one people with the Dutch. After 2 years About 2 years after the arrival of the English, an English governor came to Albany, and finding what great friendship subsisted between us and the Dutch, he approved it mightily, and desired to make us strong a league, and to be upon as good terms with us as the Dutch were, with whom he was united, and became one people with us. And by this further care into looking into what passion between us, he found that the rope which tied the ship to the great mountain was only fastened with wampum, which was liable to break and rot, and to perish in a course of years. He therefore told us he would give us a silver chain, which would be much stronger, and would last forever. This we accepted, and fastened the ship with it. It has lasted ever since. Indeed, we have had some small differences with the English, and during these misunderstandings some of their young men would, by way of reproach, be ever now and then telling us that we should have perished if they had not come into the country and furnished us with shrouds, hatchets, and guns, and other things necessary for the support of life. But we also gave them to understand that they were mistaken, that we lived here before they came amongst us. And as well, or better, if we may believe what our forefathers had told us, we had them then room enough, and plenty of deer, which was easily caught, and though we had not knives, hatchets, or guns, such as we have now, yet we had knives of stone, and hatchets of stone, and bows and arrows, and those served our uses as well then as the English ones do now. We are now straitened and sometimes in want of deer, and liable to many other inconveniences since the English came among us, and particularly from the pen and ink work that is going on at the table. And we will give you an instance of this. Our brother, Onus, a great while ago, came to Albany to buy Saskatchewan lands of us. But our brother, the governor of New York, who, as we supposed, had not a good understanding of our brother Onus, advised us not to sell him any land, for he would make an ill use of it, pretending to be our good friend. He advised us, in order to prevent Onus's or any other person's imposing upon us, that we might always have our land when we should want it, to put it into his hands, and told us he would keep it for our use and never open his hands but keep them closed shut, and not part with any of it, but at our request. Accordingly, we trusted him and put our land into his hands and charged him to keep it safe for our use. But some time after, he went to England, carried our land with him, and there sold it to our brother Onus for a large sum of money. And when, at the instance of our brother Onus, we were minded to sell him some lands, he told us we had sold the Saskatchewan land already to the governor of New York, and that he had bought them from him in England. Though, when he came to understand how the governor of New York had deceived us, he very generously paid us for our land over again. Though we mention this instance of an imposition upon us by the governor of New York, yet we must do the English the justice to say we have had their hearty assistance in our wars with the French, who were no sooner arrived amongst us than they began to render us uneasy, and to provoke us to war. And we have had several wars with them, during all which we constantly received assistance from England, and, by their means, we have always been able to keep up our heads against their attacks. We now come nearer home. We have had your deeds interpreted to us, and we acknowledge them to be good and valid, and that the Conestoga and Saskatchewan Indians had a right to sell those lands to you, for they were then theirs. But since that time we have conquered them, and their country now belongs to us, and the lands we deemed satisfaction for are no parts of the land compromised in those deeds. They are the Cohengradus lands. Those we are sure you have not possessed 100 years. No, nor above 10 years, and we made our demands so soon as we knew your people were settled in those parts. These have never been sold, but remain still to be disposed of, and we are all pleased to hear you are provided with the goods, and do assure you of our willingness to treat with you for those unpurchased lands, in confirmation whereof we present you with this belt of wampum. Political significance. Canacentego's speech is an important literary document, in part because it provides a relatively rare example of American Indian oratory resistance to European land grabs in the 18th century. It is also significant because of the original provenations of the publication. The document was originally printed and published by Benjamin Franklin relatively early into his printing career, and so also offers us an example of the wide variety of material that circulated during the American print revolution. Because the treaty, which included Canacentego's speeches, was published, it circulated widely, and the oration achieved public renown throughout the 18th century. But while English colonial readers celebrated Canacentego's rhetorical elegance, there was much less appreciation for the content of his words, and colonial American states continued to force treaties that would invalidate American Indian land claims. In 1784, Benjamin Franklin published an essay titled Remarks Concerning the Savages of North America that commented on this inconsistency. Franklin cited Canacentego, who commented on the contradictions that he observed between what he overheard when he attended a church service and his experience doing business with the English. Whatever they pretended to meet to learn good things, the real purpose was to consult how to cheat the Indians in the price of beaver. Kennesantego's speech also became famous long after the Lancaster Treaty because some historians suggested that this interaction between the English and Haudenosaunee provided political inspirations for the colonists. Haudenosaunee League was a confederacy of 6 nations, and the Treaty at Lancaster involved a discussion of the sovereign claims between individual nations and the Confederation as a whole. As a result, this early interaction with the Haudenosaunee may have been one seed that led to the development of the confederated system of government that the United States has adopted after the Revolutionary War. Chief Logan's speech, 1787. Chief Logan's biography and textual history of his speech. We know very little about James Logan, not even his real name or birth year. He was a chief of the Seneca Cayuga who lived along the Ohio River Valley, and the event he described in his oratory, the Yellow River Massacre, took place near the upper Ohio River in what is now West Virginia. Hoping to provoke a war that would provide an occasion for Virginia to take more territory, several white Virginians attacked a settlement of Seneca Cayuga, which included Logan's pregnant sister. The white colonists murdered his sister, her unborn baby, and several other people in the massacre. At the first paragraph of your selected text explains, Logan was summoned to negotiate with Lord Dunmore, the governor of Virginia, but Logan refused. He instead conveyed his refusal through a translator and intermediary, John Gibson, an Englishman and husband of Logan's sister. The speech first appeared in print in 1775 in the newspaper, the Pennsylvania Journal. Thomas Jefferson later published the same speech in his notes on the state of Virginia in 1787, claiming that he had heard it directly from Gibson. Many accused Jefferson of fabricating, claiming that Jefferson had rewritten the oration. In a later edition of his notes, Jefferson included an appendix that contained letters and depositions from others, so as to prove the authenticity of Logan's words. Selected work, Chief Logan's Speech, 1787. From Thomas Jefferson, Notes on the State of Virginia, published 1787. To judge the truth of this, to form a just estimate of Native American genius and mental powers, more facts are wanting, and great allowance to be made for those circumstances of their situations which call for display of particular talents only. This done, we shall probably find that they are formed in mind as well as in body on the same module with the Homo sapiens Europus. The principles of their society forbidding all compulsions forbidding all compulsions, they are to be led to duty and to enterprise by personal influence and persuasion. Hence, eloquence in council, bravery, and address in war become the foundations of all consequences with them. To these acquirements all their facilities are directed. Of their bravery and address in war we have multiplied proofs, because we have been the subjects on which they were exercised. Of their eminence in oratory, we have fewer examples, because it is displayed chiefly in their own councils. Some, however, we have been very superior luster. We have a very superior luster. I may challenge the whole orations of Demonestus and Cicero, and of any more eminent orator. If Europe has furnished more eminent to produce a single passage superior to the speech of Logan a Mingo chief to Lord Dunmore when governor of this state, and, as a testimony of their talents in this line, I beg leave to introduce it, first stating the incidents necessary for understanding it. In the spring of the year 1774, a robbery and murder were committed on an inhabitant of the frontiers of Virginia by 2 Indians in the Shawnee tribe. The neighboring whites, according to their customs, undertook to punish this outrage in a summary way. Colonel Cresap, a man infamous for many murders he had committed on those much injured people, collected a party and proceeded down the Conway in quest of vengeance. Unfortunately, a canoe of women and children, with 1 man only, was seen coming from the opposite shore, unarmed and unsuspected of a hostile attack from the whites. Cresap and his party concealed themselves on the bank of the river, and the moment the canoe reached the shore, singled out their objects, and, at one fire, killed every person in it. This happened to be the family of Logan, who had long been distinguished as a friend of the whites. This unworthy return provoked his vengeance. He accordingly signalized himself in the war which ensued. In the autumn of the same year, a decisive battle was fought at the mouth of the Great Conway between the collective force of the Shawnees, Mingoes, and Delawares, and a detachment of the Virginia militia. The Indians were defeated and sued for peace. Logan, however, disdained to be seen among the suppliants. Logan, however, disdained from being seen among the suppliants. But, lest the sincerity of a treaty should be disrupted, from which so distinguished a chief absented himself, he sent by a messenger the following speech to be delivered to Lord Dunmore. I appeal to any white man to say, if ever he entered Logan's cabin hungry, and he gave himself not meat, if ever he came cold and naked, and he clothed him not. During the course of that last long and bloody war, Logan remained idle in his cabin and advocated for peace. Such was my love for the whites, that my countrymen pointed as they passed, and said, Logan is the friend of white men. I had ever thought to have lived with you, but for the injuries of 1 man, Colonel Cresap, the last spring, in cold blood and unprovoked, murdered all the relations of Logan, not sparing even my women and children. There runs not a drop of my blood in the veins of any living creature. This called on me for vengeance. I have sought it. I have killed many. I have fully glutted my vengeance. For my country I rejoice at the beams of peace, but do not harbor a thought that mine is the joy of fear. Logan never felt fear. He will not turn on his heel to save his life. Who is there to mourn for Logan? No one. Myth of the Noble Savage. This excerpt in your reading is taken from the original publication of Jefferson's Notes on the State of Virginia. The first paragraph is Jefferson's introduction, and the second is ostensibly a transcription of Logan's speech. Jefferson uses Logan's speech not because he wants to call attention to the brutality of white settlers, but because he says it exemplifies the oratorial and rhetorical artistry of American Indians. Indeed, he compares Logan to 2 celebrated Greek orators, Demosthenes and Cicero. This argument on behalf of intellectual prowess of American Indians is woven through Jefferson's entire book, which consistently articulates the the bravery and nobility of the indigenous people of the Americas. Jefferson thus expresses the myth of the noble savage that was so popular in Europe and American writing through the 18th century. Jefferson's mythology works somewhat differently, however, since he is not describing American Indians as being noble because they were uncivilized and uncorrupted by society, which is the typical form of the argument. Instead, Jefferson wants to claim that American Indians are equal to ancient Greeks in their capacity for civilization. Jefferson has political reasons for making this argument, which is that he wants to dispute a popular thesis of the time, which speculated that the North American climate was not conducive to healthy human life. Many natural philosophers of the period pointed to the American Indians, whom they had labeled as savage and primitive, as proof of this thesis. Jefferson is conversely claiming that the native people of the Americas are capable of civilization and genius, as were the Greeks and the Romans, and he offers Logan's eloquence as evidence of this argument. While Jefferson's publication ennobles Logan and allows him to express his anger about white settler violence and their theft of his people's land, Jefferson also uses Logan's voice to justify this theft. He does this by deploying the myth of the vanishing Indian in the last sentence of Logan's speech. Who is there to mourn for Logan? No one. Jefferson thus implies that Logan is the last of his tribe, a man who can do nothing to prevent white violence and can only mourn in solitude. Phyllis Wheatley on Being Brought from Africa to America, written 1773, and To the Right Honorable William Earl of Dartmouth, written 1773. Phyllis Wheatley biography. Phyllis Wheatley was the first African-American woman to publish a book of poetry in the United States. Born in West Africa, in what is now either Senegal or Gambia, Wheatley was captured into slavery when she was a very young girl and taken to Massachusetts. She was purchased by a wealthy Bostoner, John Wheatley, who gave her the first name of the slave ship that transported her, and she became a domestic slave to John Wheatley's wife, Susanna. We know relatively little about Wheatley's life as a child, but we do know that she was a poetic prodigy and began writing verses when she was very young. She published her first poem, an elegy for the famous evangelist George Whitefield, when she was a teenager. The poem, which was reprinted in numerous broadsides, turned Wheatley into a celebrity, and subsequently, in 1773, she traveled to London with John Wheatley's son to secure a publisher for her work. Her book, Poems on Various Subjects, Religion and Morals, was published in London in 1773, and included both of the poems that are included among your readings, on Being Brought from Africa to America, and To the Right Honorable William Earl of Dartmouth. The front piece of this book included a portrait of Wheatley with quill pen in hand. Most scholars think the etching was made by Scipio Moorhead, an enslaved artist of African descent to whom Wheatley wrote a poetic ode. Soon after Wheatley returned from England, in 1774, she was emancipated. Wheatley continued to write poetry, and in 1775 she delivered a poem to George Washington to celebrate his command of the Continental Army. He passed along the poem to the editor of the Pennsylvania Magazine, which published both the poem and Washington's reply to Wheatley. We also know that she wrote at least some material for a second volume of poetry, since there are advertisements and requisites for subscribers. However, she never received sufficient funds, and the book was never published. Unfortunately, none of the manuscripts from that volume remain. In 1778, Wheatley married a free African-American man, John Peters. They had 3 children, none of whom survived, and Wheatley died days after giving birth to the 3rd child. She and the baby were buried in an unmarked grave in Boston. Selected work, On Being Brought from Africa to America by Phillis Wheatley, published 1773. 'Twas mercy brought me from my pagan land. 'Twas my benign soul to understand that there a God, that there's a Savior too. Once I redemption neither sought nor knew. Some view our sable race with scornful eye. Their color is a diabolical dye. Remember, Christians, Negroes, black as Cain, may thy refined and join thy angelic train. Selected work, To the Right Honorable William Earl of Dartmouth, by Phillis Wheatley, published 1773. Hail, happy day, when, smiling like the morn, fair freedom rose New England to adorn. The northern clime beneath her gentle ray, Dartmouth congratulates thy blissful sway. Elate with hope her race no longer mourns, each soul expands, each grateful bosom burns, while in thine hand with pleasure we behold the silken reins and freedom charms unfold. Long lost to realms beneath the northern skies, she shines supreme, while hated faction dies. Soon as appeared the goddess long desired, sick at the view, she languished and expired. Thus, from the splendors of the morning light, the owl in sadness seeks the caves of night. No more, America, in sorrowful strain of wrongs and grievances undressed complain. No longer shalt thou dread the iron chain, which wanton tyranny with lawless hand has made, and with it the enslave the land. To enslave the land. Should you, my lord, while you pursue my song, wonder from whence my love of freedom sprung, whence flow these wishes for the common good, by feeling hearts alone best understood. I, young in life, by seeming cruel fate, was snatched from Africa's fancied happy seat. What pangs excruciating must molest? What sorrows labor in my parents' breast? Steeled was that soul, and by no misery moved, that from a father seized his babe beloved. Such my case. And can I then but pray others may never feel tyrannic sway? For favors past, great sir, our thanks are due, and thee we ask thy favor to renew, since in thy power, as in thy will before, to soothe the griefs which thou didst once deplore. May heavenly grace the sacred sanction give to all thy works, and thou forever live, not only on the wings of fleeting flame, though praise immortal crowns the patriot name, but to conduct to heaven's refugent fane, may fiery coursers sweep the ethereal plain, and bear thee upwards to the blessed abode, where, like the prophet, thou shalt find thy God. Wheatley's anti-slavery argument. After Wheatley's death, a number of her poems were republished by abolition groups who used her work not so much because it expressed an opposition to slavery, but because it testified to the intellectual and artistic capacity of a black writer. But the white community had first promoted Wheatley's poetry in the 1770s. But the white community that first promoted Wheatley's poetry in the 1770s were not abolitionists. These early supporters advocated for the conversion of enslaved African Americans and African Britons to Christianity, but did not advocate for emancipation or the abolishment of the slave trade. Instead, they celebrated Wheatley's poetic prowess because it is expression of her Christian piety. It is perhaps because her poetry does not express an explicit argument against slavery that Wheatley remained unread and unstudied for so long. Even after literary scholars began to turn their attention to African American writers who had been lost to literary history, there were but few reprints of her work, and not much literary criticism written about her poetry. Some early critics even argued that, on being brought from Africa to America, offered a tacit apology for slavery, that Wheatley suggested enslavement was a justifiable price for gaining knowledge of Christianity. More recently, however, critics have read Wheatley's verse more astutely and recognized the narrow line she is forced to walk as a young enslaved woman. She knew that she could not afford to be antagonistic and still be published, and thus her work provides a necessarily subtle political critique. We can see this critique happening especially in the last couplet of On Being Brought from Africa to America. In the poem, the speaker extols her conversion to Christianity as a mercy, but she also castigates Christians who believe that skin color is relevant to salvation. The poem states that anyone who believes darker skin is a mark of sin, a diabolic die, does not understand the most important tenet of her faith, which is that any person can join the angelic train and be saved. Wheatley thus weighs in on a fierce debate between Christian theologians, which is whether the Bible prohibited or authorized slaveholding. Some theologians argue that black skin was the mark God imprinted on Cain for murdering his brother, and that slavery was thus authorized by Scripture. Wheatley's poem challenges this interpretation by illuminating the contradictions between Christian theology and the enslavement of Africans. We can also read a subtle political argument in To the Right Honorable William Earl of Dartmouth, a poem that Wheatley wrote on behalf of William Legge, the second Earl of Dartmouth, who served as the Secretary of State for the American colonies. Written in the midst of mourning tensions between American colonists and British authorities, the poem praises Legge for his accommodation to American demands. Wheatley is not arguing on behalf of American independence, but she employs the same political metaphors the other American writers would soon use to justify their revolution. She praises Legge for his use of silken reins, his commitment to freedom's charms, and his opposition to a wanton tyranny that had enslaved the land. Wheatley thus uses slavery as a metaphor to describe the political condition of the American colonies, as in on being brought to Africa to America. The speaker in To the Right Honorable William Earl of Dartmouth is very similar to Wheatley herself, an enslaved woman who lives in North America. And the speaker explains why this position makes her so sympathetic to the plight of the colonies. She recollects her capture into slavery when she was snatched from Africa's fancied happy seat. She imagines her parents grieving in losing their child. What pangs excruciating must molest, what sorrow labor in my parents' breast. And she describes the ruthless cruelty of the slave trader who steals people away from their homes and homeland and is by no misery moved. These experiences with chattel slavery lead the speaker to identify the metaphoric slavery to which white American colonists are subject. At first glance, the poem might seem to fuel the false analogy between subjugation to the colonial monarch and enslavement as human property. But Wheatley draws the analogy not because she thinks the experiences are identical, but because the comparison allows her to draw attention to the American paradox. the essential contradiction between the political rhetoric of the American Revolutionary period and the incorporation of slavery into the political and economic fabric of the early United States. Philip Freneau on the Immigration to America and Peopling the Western Country, published 1785, and The Indian Burial Ground, published 1788. Philip Freneau's Biography and Textual History. Philip Freneau was called the Poet of the Revolution and was one of the best-known American poets in the period. Born in New York City and educated at the College of New Jersey, which later became Princeton University, he went to college with one of the prominent figures of the Revolution and future president, James Madison. Freneau was similarly committed to the cause of American independence, although he left for the West Indies just as the Revolutionary War was beginning. He returned to North America in 1778 to join the New Jersey militia. Captured by the British Navy in 1780, he spent 6 harrowing weeks aboard a British prison ship, an experience he translated into the poem, The British Prison Ship. The poem included in your selections were written a few years later, after the war's conclusion. Freneau was so popular in the 1780s that a leading printer published his complete poetry in 1786 and then his complete prose work in 1788. Although Freneau came to prominence because of his early work as the poet of the Revolution, his renown in the 1790s was for a very different kind of literary production. Recommended by Madison to Thomas Jefferson for his skill in political rhetoric, Freneau was appointed editor of the newspaper, the National Gazette, that Jefferson had established in 1791 to challenge and critique the Federalist Party. Although the newspaper was published for only 2 years, between 1791 and 1793, it provided a substantial platform for the Democratic Republican Party to launch attacks at Washington's administration, and especially at the Secretary of Finance Alexander Hamilton. We can gauge the success of the attacks by the fact that Washington famously referred to Freneau as that rascal Freneau. Freneau's career is thus particularly interesting because it presents 2 entirely different kinds of work. Some of his prose and poetry is highly political, savage attacks on the British during the Revolutionary War and on the Federalist Party during the 1790s. But he also was deeply interested in the natural world, and many of his poems exemplified the beginnings of the literary period called American Romanticism. Selected work on the Immigration to America and Peopling the Western Country by Philip Freneau, 1785. First published in Bailey's Pocket Almanac for 1785 and reprinted almost without change in the later editions of Freneau. This text is from the edition of 1809. To western woods and lonely plains, pale moon from the crowd departs, where nature's wild genius reigns, to tame the soil, to plant the arts. What wonders there shall freedom show, what mighty states successive grow. From Europe's proud, despotic shores, hither the stranger takes this way, and in our new-found world explores a happier soil, a milder sway, where no proud despot holds him down, no slave insults him with a crown. What charming scenes attract the eye on wild Ohio's savage stream. There nature reigns, those works ovine the boldest patterns art can frame. There ages past have rolled away, the forest bloomed but to decay. From these fair plains, these rural seats, so long concealed, so lately known, the unsocial Indian's far retreats, to make some others climb his own. When other streams, less pleasing, flow, the darker forests round him grow. Great sire of floods, whose varied wave through climes and countries takes its way, to whom creating nature gave 10,000 streams to swell thy sway. No longer shall they useless prove, nor idly through the forests rove. No longer shall your princely flood from distant lakes be swelled in vain. No longer through a darksome wood advance unnoticed to the main. Far others' ends and heaven decree, and commerce plans new frights for thee. While virtue warms the generous breasts, there heaven-born freedom shall reside. Nor shall the voice of war molest, nor Europe's all-aspiring pride. There regions shall new laws devise, and order from confusion rise. Forsake kings and regal states, with all their pomp and fancied bliss, the traveler owns, convinced though late, no realm so free, so blessed as this. The East is half to slaves consigned, where kings and priests enchained the mind. O come the time, and haste the day, when man shall no longer crush, when reason shall enforce her sway, nor these fair regions raise our blush, where still the African complains, and mourns his yet unbroken chains. Far brighter scenes of future age, the muse predicts these states will hail, whose genius may the world engage, whose deeds may over death prevail, and happier system bring to view than all the Eastern sages knew. And then a note here, when Freneau says great sire of floods, he's referring to the Mississippi River, as according to himself. Selected work, The Indian Burial Ground by Philip Freneau, published 1788. In spite of all the learned have said, I still my old opinion keep. The posture that we give the dead points out the soul's eternal sleep. Not so the ancients of this land, the Indian, from which life released, again is seated with his friends, and shares again the joyous feast. His imagined birds and painted bowl, and venison for a journey dressed, bespeak the nature of the soul, activity that knows no rest. His bow for action ready bent, and arrow with the head of stone, can only mean that life is spent, and not the old ideas gone. Though, stranger, thou shalt come this way, no fraud upon the dead commit. Observe the swelling turf, and say they do not lie, but here they sit. Here still this lofty rock remains, on which the courteous eye may trace, now wasted half by wearing reins, the fancies of the rudder race. Here still an aged elm inspires, beneath whose far projected shade, and which the shepherd still admires, the children of the forest played. There oft a restless Indian queen, pale Sheba with her braided hair, and many a barbarous form is seen, to chide the man that lingers there. By midnight moons, or moistened dews, in habit for the chase arrayed, the hunter still the deer pursues, the hunter and the deer a shade. And long shall timorous fancy see the painted chief, the pointed spear, the reason's self shall bow the knee to shadow and delusions here. American Romanticism. Freneau wrote at the moment of incredible transition, not only politically but aesthetically. We can see evidence of this artistic change by observing some of the similarities and differences between Freneau's On the Immigration to America and The Indian Burial Ground, written in the 1780s, and Phyllis Wheatley's poems from just a decade earlier. Wheatley's verse, much like the elegant 18th century poet, is written in rhyming iambic pentameter. She also writes using the celebrated poetic mode of the time, the ode and elegy. Freneau, by contrast, using rhyming iambic tetrameter. The difference is not radical, but the shorter lines gives Freneau's poetry a more song-like sound, and it signals a tendency at the end of the century to move away from what had been English language poetry, almost lockstep insistence on iambic pentameter in the 18th century. To clarify, iambic pentameter and tetrameter is a difference of the way that syllables are emphasized. So in pentameter, there are 5 stressed syllables, while in tetrameter, there are only 4 stressed syllables. So, for example, this line right here would read, "And long shall timorous fancy see," if that makes sense. I probably didn't do that justice, but that's what it means. And then pentameter, if we go back up to Wheatley, would be, you see how these lines are longer? "For favors past, great sir, our thanks are due." So there's 5 stressed syllables there, is how it's meant to be read. I didn't read it like that, but that's how it's meant to be read. So that's the distinction there, is the amount of stressed syllables. They're called feet. So there are 5 stressed feet in pentameter and 4 in tetrameter. And you can tell because of the prefix penta is 5, tetra is 4. So that's the distinction there to be made. Freneau's The Indian Burial Ground is, however, similar to Wheatley's work in that it is both an ode and an elegy. The speaker celebrates and eulogizes the American Indian buried at the site. We also see an important similarity between the two poets in their use of both biblical and classical allusions. Freneau refers to American immigration as Palemon, another name for Hercules, and compares the Indian queen to the Queen of Sheba, who tested King Solomon's wisdom. Freneau's poetry is different from Wheatley's, however, in that its most frequent subject matter is nature. And this focus on the human relationship with the natural world is the essential characteristic of American Romanticism. On the Immigration to America depicts the western woods, lonely plains, and savage streams of American landscape. Indeed, the poem stresses the difference between the despotic shores of Europe and the vistas of American continent. Like Crevoisier's Letters from an American Farmer, Freneau argues that the natural world of America will provide a better ground for freedom and liberty. Freneau also articulates a claim that is central to European and American Romanticism in the third stanza of the poem, where he describes the Ohio River. The nature reigns whose work Alvine the boldest pattern art can frame. Even as his poetry attempts to capture the beauty and grandeur of the river, he also expresses the poet's incapacity to render it. The natural world is superior to the human representation of it. One of the complexities of the poem, then, is that Freneau makes two very different arguments about the American wilderness. One where, on one hand, he lauds its untamed and savage beauty. On the other hand, he draws the landscape as something that can be contained and managed by agriculture and commerce. The immigrant will tame the soil and plant the arts. The Ohio and Mississippi River will become the conduits through which goods and people will move throughout the continent. Frenou's poem also raises the very same paradox that we have seen articulated in both Crevoisier and Wheatley's writing, which is the contradiction between the political ideals of American democracy and the institution of slavery. Although Freneau belonged to the political party of which many slaveholders belonged, which would be the Democratic Republicans, he was an avowed abolitionist, and the poem's penultimate stanza expresses a hope for a future in which the enslaved Africans will no longer mourn his yet unbroken chains. The poem ends on a speculative note, looking at a future age in which freedom will reign. The penultimate stanza here expressed is going to be this one right here in the first poem read. So, "O come a time and haste the day when man shall man no longer crush, when reason shall enforce her sway, nor these fair regions raise our blush, where still the African complains and mourns his yet unbroken chains." So that's what it's referencing there with the clearly abolitionist viewpoint of Freneau. So there you go. There is one group of people who are not included in this utopian future, the indigenous people of North America, whom Freneau identifies as the unsocial Indian. Like so many other writers of the period, Freneau draws on the myth of the vanishing Indian, describing the native people as willingly moving westward and vacating the territory for white settlers. This is also a critical theme of The Indian Burial Ground, a poem written on the model of a popular literary form of the time, the graveyard poem. Freneau was undoubtedly thinking about Thomas Gray's very popular version of the genre, Elegy Written in a County Courtyard, and both poems meditate on death and the afterlife. Freneau, however, revises the British version of the graveyard poem in that he considers the differences between ecclesiological beliefs of European Christians and those of North American Indians. Again, I didn't know this word, so an ecclesiological belief is the belief of what happens after death to the soul, and like if there's an afterlife. So he's drawing on the differences between the belief in an afterlife of Europeans and those of North American Indians. So like the contrast of going to heaven versus being I know some natives believed in reincarnation, so like reincarnating as an animal. So that's the difference that's being connected there. I just wanted to clarify because I didn't know that word. The last line of the poem makes an argument about the American Indian that is very similar to the argument made about the American wilderness on immigrating to America. The poet registers his inability to capture the scene. Reason's self shall bow the knee to shadows and delusions here. However, although the speaker submits to the grandeur of the scene as he must bow the knee, the poem does not present the American Indians as a threat to white settlements, since the only trace that remains is the haunted burial ground. Familiar letters. As we have seen, epistolary writing was vital to the social and literary practices of this period in the United States. Mailing letters was expensive, and therefore the post was mostly filled with business letters and newspapers. But the art of letter writing was nevertheless cultivated by middle and upper class American men and women. For example, although he did not deliver them to the post, Charles Brockden Brown sent dozens of courtship letters to his fiancée, Elizabeth Lynn, and the family retained these letters in a bound keepsake volume. The following letters from Alexander Hamilton to his fiancée, Elizabeth Schuyler, and from Abigail Adams to her husband, John Adams, are likewise examples of what are called familiar letters. Intimate letters between romantic partners, friends, or family. These letters between Schuyler and Hamilton and between the Adams are typical of the epistolary style of the period, skillfully composed but also conversational, as they strive to communicate both information and affection. Indeed, the letters are intriguing precisely because they reveal both how much politics permeated into domestic life and how much domestic life saturated politics during the period. Selected works. Letter from Alexander Hamilton to Elizabeth Schuyler, written August 1780. Impatiently, my dearest, have I expected the return of your father to bring me a letter from my charmer with the answer you have been good enough to promise me to the little questions I have asked in mine by him. I long to see the workings of thy bedside heart, and promise myself I shall have ample gratification for my fondness in the sweet familiarity of her pen. She will there, and I hope, paint me her feelings without reserve, even in those tender moments of pillowed retirement, when her soul, abstracted from every other object, delivers itself up to love and to me, yet with all that delicacy which suits the purity of her mind, and which is so conspicuous in whatever she does. It is now a week, my Betsy, since I have heard from you. In that time I have written you twice. I think it will be advisable in future to number our letters, for I have reason to suspect they do not all meet with fair play. This is number 1. Meade just comes in and interrupts me by sending his love to you. He tells you he has written a long letter to his widow asking her opinion of the propriety of quitting the service, and that if she does not disprove it, he will certainly take his final leave after the campaign. You see what a fine opportunity she has to be enrolled in the catalogue of heroines, and I dare say that she will set you an example of fortitude and patriotism. I know, too, that you have much of the Portia in you, and you will not be outdone in this line by any of your sex, and that if you saw me inclined to quit the service of your country, you would dissuade me from it. I have promised you, you recollect, to confront to your wishes, and I persist in this intention. It remains with you to show whether you are a Roman or an American wife. Though I am not sanguine in expecting it, I am not without hopes that this winter will produce a peace, and then you must submit to the mortifications of enjoying more domestic happiness and less fame. This I know you will not like, but we cannot always have the things as we wish. The affairs of England are in so bad a plight that if not fortunate events attend her this campaign, it would seem impossible for her to proceed in the war. But she is she is an obstinate old dame, and seems determined to ruin her whole family, rather than let Miss America go on flirting it with her new lovers, with whom, as giddy young girls often do, she eloped in contentment of her mother's authority. I know you will be ready to justify her conduct, and to tell me the ill treatment she received was enough to make any girl of spiritual act in the same manner. But I will one day cure you of these refractory notions about the right of resistance, of which I foresee you will be apt to make a dangerous application. and teach you the great advantage and absolute necessity of implicit obedience. But now we are talking of times to come. Tell me, my pretty damsel, have you made up your mind upon the subject of housekeeping? Do you soberly relish the pleasure of being a poor man's wife? Have you learned to think a homespun preferably to the brocade and rumbling of a wagon wheel to the musical rattling of a coach and six? Will you be able to see with perfect composition your old acquaintances flaunting it in gay life, tripping along in elegance and splendor, while you hold a humble station and have no other enjoyments than the sober comforts of a good wife? Can you, in short, be an aquilate and cheerful plant? Can you be an aquilate and cheerfully plant turnips with me, if fortune should so order it? If you cannot, my dear, we are playing a comedy of all in the wrong, and you should correct the mistake before we begin to act the tragedy of the unhappy couple. I propose you a new set of questions, my lovely girl, but though they are asked with an air of levity, they merit a very serious consideration, for on their being resolved in an affirmation stripped of all the colorings of a fond imagination, our happiness may absolutely depend. I have not concealed my circumstances from my Betsy. They are far from splendid. They may possibly even be worse than I expect, for every day brings me fresh proof of knavery for whom my little affairs are entrusted. They have already filed down what was in their hands more than one half, and I am told they go on diminishing it, till I fear they will reduce it below my former fears. An indifference to property enlightens my character too much, and what affects me now, as my Betsy is concerned in it, I have laughed at or not thought of at all a year ago, but I have thoroughly examined my own heart. Beloved by you, I can be happy in any situation, and can struggle with every embarrassment of fortune with patience and firmness. I cannot, however, forbear in entreating you to realize our union on the dark side and satisfy, without deceiving yourself, how far your affection for me can make you happy, in a privation of those elegancies to which you have been accustomed. If fortune should smile upon us, it will do us no harm to have prepared for adversity. If she frowns upon us, by being prepared, we shall encounter it with the chagrin of disappointment. Your future rank in life is a perfect lottery. You may move in a very humble sphere. The last is most probable. Examine well your heart, and in doing it, don't figure to yourself a cottage in romance, with the spontaneous bounties of nature courting you to enjoyment. Don't imagine yourself a shepherdess, your hair embroidered with flowers, a crook in your hand, tending your flock under a shady tree, by the side of a cool fountain, your faithful shepherd sitting near and entertaining you with gentle tales of love. These are pretty dreams, and very apt to enter the heads of lovers when they think of a connection without advantages of fortune, but they must not be indulged. You must apply your situations to real life, and think how you should feel in scenes of which you may find examples every day. So far, my dear Betsy, as the tenderest affection can compensate for other inconveniences in making your estimate, you cannot give too large a credit for this article. My heart overflows with everything for you that admiration, esteem, and love can inspire. I would this moment give the world to be nearer you only to kiss your sweet hand, and believe what I say, to be truth, and imagine what are my feelings when I say it. Let it awaken awake your sympathy, and let our hearts melt in prayer to soon unite, never more to be separate. Adieu, loveliest of your sexes, Alexander Hamilton. Analysis of Alexander Hamilton's letter to Elizabeth Schuyler, 1780. The relationship between Hamilton and Schuyler has received a good deal of attention in the last several years because of the popularity of Lin-Manuel Miranda's musical Hamilton, which includes a song wherein Schuyler burns the letters her husband has sent her after discovering his infidelity. The letters you are reading, which was written just a few months before their marriage, is one of the few surviving pieces that corresponded between them. Despite the fact that Hamilton writes from the battlefield, he maintains a relatively cheerful and romantic tone, playfully chastising Schuyler for not being as fast in writing back as he wishes. But politics quickly enters the mix when he praises her commitment to the American cause. He tells her that she has so much of the Portia in her that she will not insist that Hamilton's retreat from the war. In comparing Schuyler to Brutus's wife Portia, Hamilton also draws an analogy between the republican cause of the American and the Roman Republic. The comparison between affectionate and political relationships continue as Hamilton characterizes England as an obstinate old dame and the America colonies as a giddy young girl. Hamilton here invokes the allegorical reading of the seduction plot that we discussed earlier. America has been forced into coquetry because her obstinate and tyrannical mother has limited her freedom to choose what her heart desires. Hamilton thus metaphorically describes the war for American independence as an elopement. Yet, even as the term of his metaphor suggests that Hamilton would identify with the girl insofar as is American fighting in the Revolution against the mother country, he also reprimands the girl of spirit and Schuyler for their conduct. Hamilton announces that he wants to cure his fiancée's refractory notions about the right of resistance. His letter thus asserts that the American colonies were justified in their disregard for Mother England's rule, but in the future, both citizens and women must learn to the absolute necessity of implicit obedience. The contradiction points to a political problem that animated American politics for the next decade. Indeed, we might say that it is still the fundamental dispute of American politics. When is resistance justified in the name of freedom, and when does it become dangerous lawlessness? That Hamilton's genders the issue by specifically denying women the right of resistance points to another glaring contradiction of the early national period. Even as the rhetoric of revolution and then the new Constitution calls for political freedom and equal rights, women were given neither political nor economic citizenship in the new republic. In the second half of the letter, Hamilton considers the economics of his own proposed marriage to Schuyler. Unlike many of the other so-called founding fathers, Hamilton did not come from a wealthy family. His father abandoned his mother and brother, and after his mother died, Hamilton was left an orphan in St. Croix. Schuyler, by contrast, was the daughter of a wealthy New York landowner. Hamilton is thus probably being sincere when he asks his future wife if she really willing to give up all the luxuries of her childhood for his humble station. Will she be content with homespun instead of brocade, with a wagon instead of a coach and six? With remarkable candor, he tells her not to have any unrealistic expectations about their future. Don't imagine yourself a shepherdess. What his letter does not say, however, is that by the coverture laws of New York, any income or property that she brings to the marriage will become her husband's once they marry. Selected work. Abigail Adams to John Adams, March 31st, 1776. Brantree, March 31st, 1776. I wish you would ever write me a letter half as long as I write you, and tell me, if you may, where your fleet are gone. What sort of defense Virginia can make against our common enemy? Whether it is so situated as to make an able defense, are not the gentry lords and the common people vassals? Are they not like the uncivilized natives Britain represents us to be? I hope their riflemen, who have shown themselves very savage and even bloodthirsty, are not a specimen of the generality of the people. I am willing to allow the colony great merit for having produced a Washington, but they have been shamefully duped by a Dunmore. I have sometimes been ready to think that the passion for liberty cannot be equally strong in the breasts of those who have been accustomed to deprive their fellow creature of theirs. Of this I am certain this is not founded upon you, that generous and Christian principles of doing to others as we would that others should do unto us. Do not you want to see Boston? I am fearful of the smallpox, or I should have been in this time. I got Mr. Crane to go to our house and see what state it is in. I find it has been occupied by one of the doctors of the regiment. Very dirty, but no other damage has been done to it. A few things which were left in it are all gone. Cranch has the key, which he never delivered up. I have wrote to him for it and determined to get it cleaned as soon as possible and shut it up. I look upon it a new acquisition of property, a property which 1 month ago I did not value at a shilling, and could be pleased have seen it in flames. The town in general is left in a better state than we expected, more owing to a precipitate flight than any regard to the inhabitants, though some individuals discovered a sense of honor and justice, and have left the rent of the houses in which they were, for the owners and furniture unhurt, or if damaged sufficient to make it good. Others have committed abominable ravages. The mansion house of your president is safe and furniture unhurt, whilst both the house and furniture of the Solicitor General have fallen a prey to their own merciless party. Surely the very fiends feel a reverential awe for virtue and patriotism, while they detest the parricide and traitor. I feel very differently at the approach of spring to what I did a month ago. We know not whether we could plant or sow with safety, whether we had toiled we could reap the fruits of our own industry, whether we could rest in our own cottages, or whether we should not be driven from the coasts to seek shelter in the wilderness. But now we feel as if we might sit under our own vine and eat the good of the land. I feel a gaiety decor, to which before I was a stranger. I think the sun looks brighter, the birds sing more melodiously, and nature puts on a more cheerful countenance. I feel a temporary peace, and the poor fugitives are returning to their deserted habitations.
Right here, the little footnote there is about the spelling of this word. I feel a gaiety decor, to which before I was a stranger. She spelt the word weird in her letter, and so that's what the footnote is. Okay.
Though we felicitate ourselves, we sympathize with those who are trembling, lest the lot of Boston should be theirs. But they cannot be in similar circumstances unless
pusillanimity and cowardice should take possession of them. They have time and warning given them to see the evil and shun it. I long to hear that you have declared an independency, and by the way, in the new code of laws, which I suppose it would be necessary for you to make, I desire you would remember the ladies, and be more generous and favorable to them than your ancestors. Do not put such unlimited power in the hands of the husbands. Remember, all men would be tyrants if they could. If particular care and attention is not paid to the ladies, we are determined to foment a rebellion, and we will not hold ourselves bound by any laws in which we have no voice or representation. That your sex are naturally tyrannical is a truth so thoroughly established as to admit no dispute, but such of you as wish to be happy willingly give up the harsh title of master for a more tender and endearing one of friend. Why then not put it out of the power of victims and the lawlessness to us with cruelty and indignity with impunity? Men of sense in all ages abhor those customs which treat us only as the vassals of your sex. Regard us then as beings placed by providence under your protection, and in imitation of the supreme being, make us that power only for our happiness. April 5th. Not having an opportunity of sending this, I shall add a few lines more, though not with a heart so gay. I have been attending the sick chamber of our neighbor Trot, whose afflictions I most sensibly feel but cannot describe. Stripped of 2 lovely children in 1 week. George the eldest died on Wednesday, and Billy the youngest on Friday, with the canker fever, a terrible disorder so much like the throat distemper that it differs but little from it. Betsy Cranch has been very bad, but upon recovery. Betsy Peck they do not expect will live out the day. Many grown persons are now sick with it. In this street, 5. It rages much in other towns. The mumps, too, are very frequent. Isaac is now confined with it. Our own little flock are yet well. My heart trembles with anxiety for them. God preserve them. I want to hear much more often from you than I do. March 8th was the last date of any that I have had yet. You inquire whether I am making saltpeter. I do not attempt it, but after soap making, believe I shall make the experiment. I feel as much as I can do to manufacture clothing for my family, which would else be naked. I know of but one person in this part of town who has made any. That is Mr. Tertius Bass, as he is called, who has got very near 100 weight, which has been founded to be very good. I have heard of some others in the parishes. Mr. Reed of Weymouth has been applied to go to Andover to the mills which are now at work, and has gone. I have lately seen a small manuscript describing the proportions for the various sorts of powder fit for cannons, small arms, and pistols. If it would be of any service your way, I will get you transcribed and send it to you. Every one of your friends send their regards, and all the little ones. Your brother's youngest child lays bad with convulsive fits. Adieu. I need not say how much I am your ever faithful friend. And just an aside, that was very difficult to read, if it wasn't obvious, but that's because
of all of the misspellings and like how much they had to edit the letter. So I just wanted to put that out there for you, those of you who have not read it yet. It is rampant with misspelling words. Not even like old, outdated spellings, like just wrong spellings, which might come up in this analysis. Analysis of Abigail Adams' letter to John Adams. Coverture, or the legal subordination of women to their husbands, is one of the implicit topics in Abigail Adams' letter to her husband, which she sent from their home outside of Boston when John was in Philadelphia attending the Continental Congress in the spring of 1776. Her letter begins both conventionally and affectionately, as she expresses her wish that he write her longer letters. But almost immediately she turns to politics, and she asks questions about the state of the war. Written before the Declaration of Independence, Abigail expresses her desire for American independence. And this leads her into the famous passage from the letter in which she advises her husband as they should meet the discussion the new code of laws, they should remember the ladies and be more generous and favorable to them than their ancestors. Registering the ways that earlier forms of government gave even fewer rights to women than they did to non-aristocrat men, she also reminds her husband about the inevitable tendency towards tyranny. Remember, all men would be tyrants if they could. And she specifically pitches her appeal for women's right with political rhetoric of the American Revolution, writing that if the representatives of Congress do not remember the ladies and do not provide them with representation and a voice, then they will foment a rebellion. Undoubtedly, Abigail is being playful in the letter and is not really threatening a violent revolution, but she is reminding her husband of the inconsistency between the claims of the American cause and the lack of liberty granted to women. When John Adams replies to the letter, he largely takes her comments in jest, exclaiming, "As to your extraordinary code of laws, I cannot but laugh." And he promises that he and his fellow men know better than to repeal our masculine system. Yet, as with the letter from Hamilton to Schuyler, his comments also indicate that he takes the critique very seriously and recognizes that the American rebellion against the English government could open the floodgates. In this same letter to Abigail, he announces that the American struggle has loosened the band of the government everywhere else, that children and apprentices were disobedient, that schools and colleges were grown turbulent, that Indians slighted their guardians and Negroes grew insolent of their masters. Sounding a note very similar to Hamilton's, Adams here expresses no small degree of anxiety that, although he sees his own struggle for freedom as legitimate, he does not want to upset, which is to say turn upside down or revolve, social hierarchies that he believes are natural. Children, apprenticeships, Indians, and black people should be subordinate. Notably, his letter does not extend the same argument to women, instead saying that there is no justification for her discontent, since women actually exert their authority, their despotism of petticoat, over men. History suggests otherwise, since women did not receive the right to vote until almost 150 years later. Judith Sargent Murray, excerpts from On the Equality of the Sexes, published 1790. Judith Sargent Murray's biography and textual history. A very important figure in the history of feminism and American literature, Judith Sargent Murray was a versatile writer and published voluminously in numerous genres: prose, poetry, and drama. This versatility
was at least particularly a consequence of her atypical education. Unlike many of the women whose learning was confined to the decorative and domestic arts, piano, dance, needlework, and French, Murray received instructions in the same subjects provided to young men: Latin, Greek, natural philosophy, geography, and mathematics. In the early 19th century, Murray also helped launch a school, the Ladies' Academy, in Dorchester, Massachusetts, that aimed to provide the same excellent and wide-ranging education to other young women. Throughout her life, Murray advocated for the importance of education and saw discrepancies in educational access as the fundamental cause of the inequality between men and women. This thesis, which Murray makes in On the Equality of the Sexes, is central to what historians call first-wave feminism. Mary Wollstonecraft's A Vindication of the Rights of Women is often identified as the inspiration for the first wave, but it is worth noting that Murray's essay was published 2 years earlier than Wollstonecraft's book, thus indicating that Murray was at the leading edge of the movement. On the Equality of the Sexes was first published in the Massachusetts Magazine, a monthly periodical marketed to both men and women readers. Murray frequently published there, usually pseudonymously, which is to say she used pseudonyms, and often used names she adopts in this essay. Constantina. And often using the name she adopts in this essay, Constantina. Although we might think that she withholds her real name to disguise the fact that she is a woman, this is not the case, since many of the names she took, including Constantina, identify her as female. Instead, the pseudonymous publication was conventional during the period. Literary scholars often differentiate explanations for frequent use of pseudonyms. Some propose that they were used to disguise the fact that only a few people were writing the content that filled the magazine. Other scholars argued that by writing under an invented name, writers were attempting to be more representative. A pseudonymous author was speaking on behalf of a larger community and not articulating their own private thoughts. Whatever the case, Murray seemed to take particular pleasure in adopting a variety of literary disguises. For example, the writing that secured her the most fame during her lifetime was a series of essays that was also published in the Massachusetts Magazine, and said to be written by a man who identified himself as the Gleaner. Towards the end of the series, the Gleaner disclosed to the readers that the real identity of Constantina. And when Murray later published the series as a 3-volume book, she identifies Constantina as the author on the title page. Selected works. Excerpts from On the Equality of Sexes by Judith Sargent Murray, published 1790. The minds are not alike, full well I know. This truth each day experience will show. To heights surprising some great spirits soar, with inborn strength mysterious depths explore. Their eager gaze survey the path of light, confess it stood to Newton's piercing sight. Deep science, like a bashful maid retires, but the ardent breast her worth inspires. By perseverance the coy fair is won, and genius, led by study, wears the crown. But some there are who wish not to improve, who never can the path of knowledge love, whose soul almost as the dull body won, with anxious care each mental pleasure shun. Weak is the levied, enervate mind, and but while here to vegetate designed. The torpid spirit mingled with its clod
can scarcely boast its origin from God. Stupidly dull, they move progression on. They eat and drink, and all their work is done. While others, emulous of sweet applause, industriously seek for each event a clause, tracing the hidden springs whence knowledge flows, which nature all in beautis shows. Yet cannot their sentiments imbibe, who this distinction of the sexes ascribe? As if a woman's form must need enroll a weak, a servile, an inferior soul, and that the guise of man must still proclaim greatness of mind, and him to be the same. Yet as the hours revolve, fair proofs arise, which the bright wreath of growing fame supplies, and in past times some men have sunken so low that female records nothing less can show. But imbecility is still confined, and by the lordly sex to us consigned. They rob us of power to improve, and then declare we only trifle love. Yet haste the era when the world shall know that such distinctions only dwell below. The soul unfettered, to no sex confined, was for the abdols of cloudless day designed. Meantime we emulate their many fires, though erudition all their thoughts inspires. Yet nature with equality imparts a noble passion swell in female hearts. It is upon mature consideration we adopt the idea that nature is thus partial in her distributions. Is it indeed a fact that she hath yielded to one half of the human species so unquestionable and mentally superior? I know that both the sexes elevate understandings, and the reverse are common. But suffer me to ask in what the minds of females are so notoriously deficit or unequal. May not the intellectual powers be ranged under these four heads? Imagination, reason, memory, and judgment. The province of imagination hath long since been surrendered up to us, and we have been crowded minds, sovereignty, and the regions of fancy. Inventions is perhaps the most arduous effort of the mind. This branch of imagination hath been particularly ceded to us, and we have been time out of mind invested with the creative faculty. Observe the variety of fashions. Here I bar the contemptuous smile, which distinguishes and adorns the female world. How continually are they changing, insomuch that they are almost render the whole man's assertion problematic. And we are ready to say there is something new under the sun. Now, what a playfulness, what an exuberance of fancy, what strength of inventive imagination doth this continual variation discover. Again, it hath been observed that if the tribute of imagination, of conduct of our sexes hath been so enamorous, so extremely ready that the very first thoughts present us an analogy, so plausible as to produce our actions in an amiable light. Another instance of our creative powers is our talent for slander. How ingenious are we at inventive scandal? What a formidable story can we in a moment fabricate merely from the force of prolific imagination. How many reputations in the fertile brain of a female have been utterly despoiled? How industrious are we at improving a hint? Suspicion, how easily we do convert into conviction, and conviction, embellished by the power of eloquence, stalks abroad to the surprise and confusion of unsuspecting innocence. Perhaps it will be asked that I furnish these facts as instances as excellency of our sex. Certainly not, but as proofs of the creative faculty of a living imagination. Assuredly, great activity of mind is thereby discovered. And was this activity properly directed? What beneficial effects should follow? Is the needle and kitchen sufficient to employ the operations of a soul thus organized? I should concede not. Nay, it is the truth that those very departments leave the intellectual principle vacant, and the liberty for speculation. Are we deficient in reason? We can only reason from what we know, and if opportunity of acquiring knowledge hath been denied us, the inferiority of our sex cannot fairly be deduced from thence. Memory, I believe, will allow us, in a common sense, every one's experience must testify that a loquacious old woman is as frequently met with as a communicative old man. Their subjects are alike drawn from the fund of other times and the transaction of their youth, or of mature life, entertainment, or perhaps fatigue you in the evening of their lives. But our judgment is not so strong, we do not distinguish so well. Yet it may be questioned from what doth this superiority in this determining faculty of the soul proceed? May we not trace its source in the difference of education and continued advances? Will it be said that the judgment of a male of 2 years old is more sage than that of a female of the same age? I believe the reverse is generally observed to be true. But from that period, what partiality? How is the one exalted and the other depressed? By the contrary modes of education which are adopted. The one is taught to aspire, and the other is early confined and limited. As their years increase, the sister must be wholly domesticated, while the brother is led by the hand through all the flowery paths of science. Grant that their minds are by nature equal, yet who shall wonder at the apparent superiority? If indeed custom becomes second nature, nay, if it takes place in nature, and that it doth the experience of each day will evince. At length arrived at womanhood, the uncultivated fair one feels a void, which the employment allotted her are by no means capable of filling. What can she do? To books she may not apply, or if she doth, to those only of the novel kind, lest she merit the appellation of a learned lady. And what ideals have been affixed to this term, and observations of many can testify. Fashion, scandal, and sometimes what is still reprehensible are then called into relief, and who can say what lengths the liberties she takes may proceed? Meantime, she herself is most unhappy. She feels the want of a cultivated mind. Is she single? She in vain seeks to fill up time from sexual employments or amusements. Is she united to a person whose sole nature makes her equal to her own? Education hath set him so far above her that in those entertainments which are productions of such rational felicity, she is not qualified to accompany him. She experiences a mortifying contagiousness of inferiority, which embitters every enjoyment. Doth the person whom her adverse faith hath consigned her possess a mind incapable of improvement? She is equally wretched in being so closely connected with an individual whom she can not but despise. Now, was she permitted the same instructions as her brother, with an eye, however, their particular departments for the employment of a rational mind, an ample field which would be opened? In astronomy she might catch a glimpse of the immensity of the deity, and thence she would form an amazing conception of the august and supreme intelligence. In geography, she would admire Jehovah in the midst of his benevolence, thus adapting this globe to the various wants and amusements of its innovations. In natural philosophy, would she adore the infinite majesty of heaven, clothed in condensation, And as she traversed the reptile world, would she hail the goodness of creating God? A mind thus filled would have little room for trifles in what our sexes are, with too much justice accused of amusing themselves, and they would thus be rendered fit companions for these, who should one day wear them as their crown. Fashions, in their variety, would give them a place to conjecture, which might perhaps conduct to the improvements of their variety, would be given places to would be given places to conjecture, which might perhaps conduce to the improvements of the literary world, and there would be no leisure for slander or detraction. Reputation would not then be blasted, but serious speculation would occupy the lively imagination of the sex. Unnecessary visits would be preluded, and the custom that would only be indulged by way of relaxation, or to answer the demand of the consanguinity and friendship. Females would become discreet, their judgments would become invigorated, and their partners for life become systematically chosen. An unhappy hymn would be as rare as now reverse. Lord. Will it be urgent that those acquirements would supersede domestic duty? Answer: for every requisite, female economy is easily attained, and with truth I can add little, but one attained, they require no further mental attention. Nay, while we are pursuing the needle or the superintendency of the family, I repeat that our minds are full of liberty for reflection, that imagination may exert itself in full vigor, and that if a just foundation is early laid, our ideas will then be worthy of rational beings. If we were industrious, we might easily find time to arrange them upon paper, or should avocations press too hard for such an indulgence, the hours allotted for conversations would, at least, become more refined and rational. Should it still be vociferated, your domestic employments are sufficient, I would calmly ask. Is it reasonable that a candidate for immortality, for the joys of heaven, an intellectual being who is to spend an eternity in contemplation for the works of deity, should at present be so degraded as to allow no other ideas than those which are suggested by the mechanism of a puddle, or the sewing of a seam of a garment? Pity that all such censures of female improvements do not go one step further, and deny their future existence to be consistent. They surely ought.
Yes, ye lords, ye haughty sex, our souls are by nature equal to yours. The same breath of God animates, enlivens, and invigorates us. And that we are not fallen lower than yourselves, let those witnesses who have greatly towered above us the various discouragements by which they have been so heavily oppressed. And though I am unacquainted with the list of celebrated characters on either side, yet from the observations I have made in the contracted circle in which I have moved, I dare confidently believe that from the commencement of time to the present day, there hath been as many females as males who, by the mere force of natural power, have merited the crowd of applause. Who thus unassisted have seized the wreath of fame. I know there are who assert that as the animal powers of the one sex are superior, of course their mental facilities also must be stronger, thus attributing the strength of the mind to the transient organization of the earth-born tenement. But if this reasoning is just, man must content to yield the palm to many of the brute creation, since by not a few of his brethren of the field he is far surpassed in bodily strength. Moreover,
Was this argument admitted, it would prove too much for ocular demands evidence that there are many robust masculine ladies and effeminate gentlemen. Yet I fancy that Mr. Pope, though clogged with an ineverate body and distinguished by a diminutive stature, could nevertheless lay claim to the greatness of the soul. And perhaps there are many other instances which might be adjudicated to combat such unphilosophical an opinion. Do we not often see that when the clay-built tabernacle is well nigh dissolved, when it is just ready to mingle with the parent soil, the immortal inhabitant aspires to, and even attaineth, heights the most sublime, and which were before wholly unexplored? Besides, were we to grant that animal strength provided that she had invested the female mind with superior strength as an equivalent for the bodily power of man, but waiving this, however palpable advantage, for equality only, we wish to contend. I am aware that there are many passages in the sacred oracles which seem to give the advantage to the other sex, but I consider all of these wholly metaphorical. Thus, David was a man after God's own heart, yet see him enervated by his licentious passions. Behold him who, following Uriah to the death, and show me wherein could consist the immaculate being's complacency. Listen to the curses which Job bestowed upon the day of nativity, and tell me wherein his perfection, wherein his patience, literally it existed not. David and Job were types of him who was to come, and the superiority of man as exhibited in Scripture being also emblematic of all arguments deduced from them, of course fall to the ground. The exquisite delicacy of the female mind proclaimeth the exactness of its texture, which its nice sense of honor announceth in innate. Its native grandeur, and indeed in one respect the preeminence, seem to be tactically allowed us, for after an education which limits and confines, and employments and recreates which naturally tend to enervate the body and debilitate the mind. After we have had our earthly young been adored with ribbons, and other gewgaws dressed out like the ancient victims previous to a sacrifice, being taught by the care of our parents in collecting the most showy materials, that the ornament our exterior ought to be the principal object of our attention. After, I say, 15 years thus spent, we were introduced into the world, amid the united adulation of every beholder. Praise is sweet to the soul. We are immediately intoxicated by the large draughts of flattery, which, being plentifully administered, is to the pride of our hearts the most acceptable incense. It is expected that the other sex we should commence immediate war, and that we should triumph over the machinations of the most artful. We must be constant upon our guard. Prudence and discretion must be our characteristics, and we must rise superior to and obtain a complete victory over those who have been long aiding to native strength of their minds, by an unremitting study of men and books, and whom have, moreover, conceived from the loose characters with which they have portrayed an extensive variety of the reading, a most contemptible opinion of the sex. Thus unequal, we are, notwithstanding, forced to the combat, and the infamy which is consistent upon the smallest deviation in our conduct proclaims the high ideas which was formed of our native strength, and thus, indirectly at least, is the preference acknowledged to be our due. And if we are allowed an equality of acquirement, let's seriously study equally, employ our minds, and we will bid our souls arise to equal strength. We will meet upon every ground the despot man. We will rush the alacrity to the combat, and, crowned by success, we shall then answer the exalted expectation which are formed. Though sensibly, soft compassion and gentle commiseration are intimates in the female bosom, yet against every deep-laid art, although fearless of the event, we will set them in array, for assuredly the wreath of victory will encircle the spotless brow. If we meet an equal, a sensible friend, we will reward him with the hand of amity, and throughout life we will be assiduous to promote his happiness. But from every deep-laid scheme from our ruin, retiring into ourselves amid the flowery paths of science, we will indulge in all the refinement and sentimental pleasure of contemplating. And should it be urged that the studies thus insisted upon would interfere with our more peculiar department, I must further reply that earlier hours and close applications will do wonders, and to her who is for the first dawn of reason taught to fill up time rationally, both the requisites will be easy. I grant that niggard fortune is too generally unfriendly to the mind, and much to the valuable treasure time is necessarily expended upon the wants of the body, but it should be remembered that in embarrassed circumstances our companions have a little leisure for literary improvements, as is afforded to us. For most certainty their provident care is at least as requisite as our exertions. Just to clarify, niggard means like stingy, just for those who don't know. Completely unrelated to the slur. Nay, we have even more leisure for sedentary pleasures, as our avocations are more retired, much less laborious, and, as hath been observed, by no means require the avidity of attention, which is proper to the employments of the other sexes. In high life, or, in other words, where the parties are in possession or affluence, the objection respecting time is wholly obviated, and, of course, falls to the ground. And it may also be repeated that many of these hours, which are at present swallowed up in fashion and scandal, might be redeemed, were we habituated to useful reflections. But in one respect, O ye arbitrators of our fate, we confess that thy superiority is indubitably yours. You are by nature formed from our protectors. We pretend not to vie with you in bodily strength. Upon this point we will never contend for victory. Shield us then, we beseech you, from external evils, and in return we will transact your domestic affairs. Yes, for you are not equally interested in those matters with ourselves. Is not the elegancy of neatness as agreeable to your sight as to ours? Is not the well-savored viand equally delightful to your taste? And doth not your sense of hearing suffer as much from the discordant sounds prevalent to an ill-regulated family, produced by the voices of children, and many etceteras? And then it's signed Constantina, which is the pseudonym. By the way of supplement to the foregoing pages, I subjoin the following extract from a letter wrote to a friend in December of 1780. And now assist me, O thou genius of my sex, while I undertake the arduous task of endeavoring to combat that vulgar, that almost universal error, which hath, it seems, enlist even Mr. P. under its banners, The superiority of your sex hath, I grant, been time out of the mind esteemed a truth inconvertible, in consequence of which persuasion every plan of education hath been calculated to establish this favorite tenet. Not long since, weak and presuming as I was, assumed myself with selecting some arguments from nature, reason, and experience against this so generally received idea. I confess that to sacred testimonies I had not recourse. I held them to be merely metaphoric, and thus regarding them, I could not persuade myself that there was any propriety in bringing them to the decade in this very important debate. However, as you, sir, confine yourself entirely to the sacred oracles, I mean to bend the whole of my artery against those supposed proofs, which you have from thence provided, and from which you have formed an entrenchment apparently so invulnerable. And first, to begin with our great progenitors, but here suffer me to premise that it is for mental strength I mean to contend, for with respect to animal powers, I yield them undisputed to that sex, which enjoys them in common with the lion, the tiger, and many other beasts of prey. Therefore, your observations respecting the rib under the arm at a distance from the head, etc., etc., in no sort mitigate against my view. Well, but the woman was first in the transgression. Strange how blind self-love renders men. Were you not wholly absorbed in a particular admiration of your own abilities, you would long since have acknowledged the force of which I am going to urge. It is true that some ignoramus have absurdly enough informed us that the beauticious fair of paradise was seduced from her obedience by a malignant demon in the guise of a baleful serpent. But we, who are better informed, know that the fallen spirit presented himself to her view a shining angel still, for thus saith the crickets in the Hebrew tongue ought the word to be rendered. Let us examine her motive. Hark! The seraph declares that she shall attain a perfection of knowledge. For is there aught which is not comprehended under one or the other of terms of good and evil? It doth not appear that she was governed by any one sensual appetite, but merely by a desire of adorning her mind. A laudable ambition fired her soul, and a thirst for knowledge impelled the predation so fatal in its consequences. Adam could not plead the same deception. Assuredly he was not deceived, nor ought to admire his superior strength or wonder at his sagacity, when we often confess that example is much more influential than precedent. His gentle partner stood before him, a melancholy instance of the direful effect of disobedience. He saw her not possessed of that wisdom which he had fondly hoped to obtain, but he beheld the once blooming female disrobed of innocence, which had heretofore rendered her so lovely. To him, then, deception became impossible, as he had proof positively of the fallacy of the argument, which the deceiver had suggested. What then could his indubiance to burst the barriers and to fly directly in the face of that command, which immediately from the mouth of deity he had received? Since, I say, he could not have pled that fascinating stimulus, the accumulation of knowledge as indisputable conviction was so visibly portrayed to him, what might cause impel him to sacrifice myriads of beings yet unborn by one impious act, which he saw would produce such fatal effects, entail distinguished ruin upon a race of being, which he was yet to produce? Blush, ye vaulters of fortitude, ye boasts of resolution, ye haughty lords of the creation. Blush when you remember that he was so influenced by no other motive than a bare pusillanimous attachment to a woman. by sentiment so exquisitely soft that all his sons have, from that period, what they have designed to degrade them, described as highly feminine. Thus it should seem that all the arts of grand deceiver, since means adequate to the purpose are, I conceive, invariably pursued, were requisite to mislead our general mother, while the father of mankind forfeited his own, and relinquished the happiness of posterity, merely in compliance with the blandishments of a female. This subsequent subjugation the Apostle Paul explains as a figure, which, in enlarging upon the subject, he adds, "This is a great mystery, but I speak concerning Christ and the church. Now we know with what consummated wisdom the unnerving Father of eternity hath formed his plans, all the types with which he hath displayed. He hath permitted materially to fail in the very virtue of for which they were famed. The reason for this is obvious. We might otherwise mistake this economy and render that honor to the creature, which is due only to the Creator. I know that Adam was a figure of him who was to come. The grace contained in this figure is the reason of my rejoicing, and whilst I am very far from prostrating before the shadow, I yield joyfully in all things the preeminence to the second federal head. Confiding faith is prefigured by Abraham, yet he exhibits a contrast to affiance. When he says of his fair companion, she is my sister, gentleness was the characteristics of Moses, yet he hesitates not to reply to Jehovah himself, which, on saint-like tongue, he murmured at the waters of strife, and with rash hands he breaks the tables, which were inscribed by a figure of divinity. David, dignified with the title of the man after God's own heart, and yet how stained was his life. Solomon was celebrated for wisdom, but folly is wrote in legible characters upon his almost every action. Lastly, let us turn our eyes to man in the aggregate. He is manifested as the figure of strength, but that we may not regard him as anything more than a figure. His soul is formed in no sort superior, but in every way equal to the mind of her, who is imbelled of weakness, and whom he hails the gentle companion of his better days." Women's rights in the early nation. On the equality of sexes begins with a poem that provides a nice summary of the arguments Murray makes in her essay, acknowledging that all people do not have equal talents, and that minds are not alike. Murray disputes the fact that gender differences should be the basis for inequality, yet I cannot their sentiment imbibe who this distinction to the sex ascribe. Or, as she puts it in the first paragraph of the essay, it is indeed a fact that nature hath yielded to one half of the human species so unquestionable a mental superiority? Presuming that men and women have equal capacity for intellectual achievement, Murray goes on to explain the social and economic conditions that have led women to be conceived as lacking reason, intelligence, and good judgment. Murray locates education as a primary cause. May we not trace its source in the difference of education and continued advantages? Making an argument that is still made by educators today, Murray observes that boys are led by the hand through all flowery paths of science, while girls are wholly domesticated. Murray is describing what historians will later term separate sphere ideology, a social practice that began to develop in 18th century Europe and North America, which relegated women to domestic spheres in accordance with the belief that so long as women remained in private homes and gardens, they would be safe. Murray argues, however, that this confinement causes mental enervation. Because women are not well educated, they do not read books that will spark their imagination and exercise their minds. And because of public prejudice insists that women should not be intellectual, the only books women do read are novels. Murray thus presents the vicious cycle in which women read books of the novel kind lest they be accused of being a learned lady. But then their novel reading is invoked as evidence of women's intellectual inferiority. Murray's argument probably sounds very familiar to our 21st century ears. She wanted to explain how the unequal opportunities provided to women are the cause of sexist claims about women. They are less intelligent, they only care about physical appearance, they are gossips, they are uninterested to the larger world, they are in vain, etc. We might also observe the similarity between Murray's argument and Wheatley's on being brought from Africa to America. Just as Wheatley explains that prejudice based on bodily differences, in her case racial, is incompatible with Christianity's insistence that salvation is a condition of the soul and not the body, so too does Murray make this comparison. So too does Murray insist that souls do not have gender. Our souls are by nature equal to yours. The same breath of God animates, enlivens, and invigorates us. Both Wheatley and Murray turn to theology so as to contradict those who use the Bible to justify discrimination and prejudice. Wheatley invokes the mark of Cain, and Murray discusses Eve's eating of the forbidden fruit. Murray actually offers a very unconventional interpretation of the scene from Genesis. She proposes that while Eve's disobedience was motivated by her intellectual curiosity, Adam only partakes of the fruit because of a bare pusillanimous attachment to a woman. Murray thus asserts not only that there is no scriptural justification for claims about female inferiority, but that Genesis implies that Adam is weaker than Eve, since he timely followed her lead. Federalist number 1 and number 10, published in 1787. Textual history. After a long, hot Philadelphia summer in 1787, the delegates at the Constitutional Convention crafted the documents that would become the legal framework of the new nation, the U.S. Constitution. So intrinsic is this document to American identity that we tend to forget that there was considerable doubt at the time as to whether a sufficient number of states would ratify it. It was quickly approved by delegates in Delaware, Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Georgia, and Connecticut between December of 1787 and January of 1788, but the victory in Massachusetts in February of 1788 was much narrower, suggesting the possibility that ratification would fail. Anticipating difficulties, Alexander Hamilton enlisted both James Madison and John Jay to assist him in writing a public relations campaign designed to convince New York delegates to vote for ratification. Hamilton wrote the first essay, published in the New York newspaper The Independent Journal, on October 27, 1787, only a month after the Constitutional Convention had adjourned. When the series was finally concluded, Hamilton had written 51 essays, Madison had written 29 essays, and Jay, who fell ill soon after the project started, had penned 5. At the time of publication, however, no one knew the identity of the writer since each essay was signed by the pseudonym Publius. By signing their essays with the Latin word for "of the people," the writers suggested that their sponsorship of the proposed constitution was for the common good, for the republic, and not the opinion of an individual person. In other words, they used their signature to bolster the argument of their entire series, which was the proposed constitution with the best possible framework for the entire people of the new nation. Although the periodical essay was addressed to the people of the state of New York, Hamilton had hopes that they would circulate areas across the United States. By and large, this did not happen, and the essays were primarily published only in 3 New York newspapers. Yet they secured enough of a reputation that only a couple months after the series began, in March of 1788, a New York printer published a book volume of the first 36 essays. 2 months later, the press published a second book volume, and Hamilton continued to publish more essays for the newspaper. One of the interesting features about the essays is the contrast between, on one hand, the haste of their composition and the transience of the newspaper media in which they were published, and, on the other hand, the stature and value of the documents have had for American politics and literature. Along with the Declaration of Independence and Constitution, the Federalist essays constitute some of the most significant texts of early national periods, since they provide a detailed analysis by the framers of the legal foundation of the nation. Selected work: Federalist No. 1 by Alexander Hamilton. To the people of the state of New York. After an unequivocal experience of the inefficiency of the substituting federal government, you are called upon to deliberate on a new constitution for the United States of America. The subject speaks of its own importance, comprehending it in its consequence nothing less than the existence of the Union, the safety and welfare of the parts in which it is comprised, the fate of an empire in which many respects the most interesting in the world. It has been frequently remarked that it seems to have been reserved to the people of this country by their conduct and example to decide the important question whether societies of men are really capable or not of establishing good government from reflection and choice, or whether they are forever destined to depend on their political constitutions on accident and force. If there be any truth in the remark, the crisis at which we are arrived may with propriety be regarded as the era in which that decision is to be made, and the wrong election of the part we shall act may, in this view, deserve to be considered as a general misfortune of mankind. This idea will add the inducement of philanthropy to those of patriotism, to heighten the solicitude by all consideration and good men must feel for the event. Happy will it be if our choices should be directed by a judicious estimate of our true interests, unperplexed and unbiased by considerations not connected with the public good. But this is a thing more ardently to be wished than seriously to be expected. The plan offered to our deliberations affects too many particular interests, innovates upon too many local institutions, not to involve in its discussion a variety of objects foreign to its merits, and of views, passions, prejudices, little favorable to the discovery of truth. Among the most formidable of the obstacles which the new Constitution will have to encounter may readily be distinguished the obvious interest of a certain class of men in every state to resist all changes which may hazard a diminution of power, emolument, and consequence of the office they hold under the state establishments, and perverted ambitions of another class of men who will either hope to aggrandize themselves by the confusion of their country, or will flatter themselves with fairer prospects of elevation from the subdivision of the empire into several particular confederacies than from its union under one government. It is not, however, my design to dwell upon observations of this nature. I am well aware that it would be disingenuous to resolve indiscriminately the opposition of any set of men merely because their situations might subject them to be suspicious, into interested or ambitious views. Candor will oblige us to admit that every such man may be actuated by upright intentions, and it cannot be doubted that much of the opposition which has made its appearance, or may hereafter make its appearance, will spring from sources blameless at least, if not respectable. The honest errors of minds led astray by preconceived jealousies and fears, so numerous indeed and so powerful are the causes which serve to give a false bias to the judgment, that we, upon many occasions, see wise and good men on the wrong as well as on the right side of the question of the first magnitude of society. This circumstance, if duly attended to, would furnish a lesson of moderation to those who are ever so much persuaded of their being in the right of any controversy, and a further reason for caution in this respect might be drawn from the reflection that we are not always sure that those who advocate the truth are influenced by purer principles than their antagonists. Ambitions, avarice, personal animosity, party opposition, and many other motives not more laudable than this are apt to operate as well upon those who support as those who oppose the right side of this question. Were there not even these inducements to moderation, nothing could be more ill-judged than an intolerant spirit which has at all times characterized political parties. For in politics, as in religion, it is equally absurd to aim at making proselytes by fire and sword. Heresies in either can rarely be cured by persecution. And yet, however just these sentiments will be allowed to be, we have already sufficient indications that it will happen in this, as in all former cases of great national discussion. A torrent of angry and malignant passions will be let loose. To judge from the conduct of the opposite parties, we shall be led to conclude that they will mutually hope to evince the justness of their oppositions and to increase the number of their converts by the loudness of their declamations and the bitterness of their invectives. An enlightened zeal for the energy and efficiency of government will be stigmatized as the offspring of a temper fond of despotic power and hostile to the principles of liberty. An over-scrupulous jealousy of danger to the right of people, which is more commonly the fault of the head than of the heart, will be represented as the mere pretense and artifice, the stale bait for popularity at the expense of the public good. It will be forgotten, on the one hand, that jealousy is the usual concomitant of love, and the noble enthusiasm of liberty is apt to be infected with spirit of narrow and illiberal distrust. On the other hand, it will be equally forgotten that the vigor of the government is essentially to the security of liberty, that in the contemplation of a sound and well-informed judgment, their interests can never be separated, and that a dangerous ambition more often lurks behind the specious marks of zeal for the rights of the people than under the forbidden appearance of zeal for the firmness and efficiency of the government. History will teach us that the former has been found a much more certain road to the introduction of despotism than the latter, and that of those men who have overturned the liberties of republics, the greatest number have begun their career by paying an obsequient court to the people, diminishing demagogues and ending tyrants. In the course of the preceding observations, I have had my fellow citizens, to putting you upon your guard against all attempts, from whatever quarter, to influence your decision in the matter of the utmost moment of your welfare, by any impressions other than those which may result from the evidence of truth. You will, no doubt, at the same time have collected from the general scope of them that they've proceeded from a source not unfriendly to the new Constitution. Yes, my countrymen, I owe to you that, after having given it an attentive consideration, I am clearly of opinion it is in your interest to adopt it. I am convinced that this is the safest course for your liberty, your dignity, and your happiness. I affect not reserves which I do not feel. I will not amuse you with the appearance of deliberation when I have decided. I frankly acknowledge to you my convictions, and I will freely lay before you the reasons on which they are founded. The consciousness of my good intentions disdains ambiguity. I shall not, however, multiply professions on this head. My motives must remain in the dispository of my own breast. My arguments will be open to all, and may be judged of by all. They shall at least be offered in a spirit which will not disgrace the cause of truth. I propose in a series of paper to discuss the following interesting particulars: the utility of the Union to your political prosperity, the insufficiency of the present confederation to preserve that Union, the necessity of a government at least equally energetic with the one proposed, to the attainment of this object, the conformity of the proposed constitutions to the true principles of republic government and its analogy to your own state constitution. And lastly, the additional security which its adoption will afford to the preservation of that species of government, to liberty, and to property. In the progress of this discussion, I shall endeavor to give a satisfactory answer to all objections which shall have made their appearance, that may seem to have any claims to your attention. It may perhaps be thought the superfluous to other arguments to prove the utility of the Union, a point, no doubt, deeply engraved in the hearts of the great body of the people in every state, and one which, it may be imagined, has no adversaries. But the fact is that we already hear it whispered in the private circles of those who oppose the new Constitution, that the 13 states are of too great extent for any general system, and that we must of necessity resort to separate confederacies of distinct portions of the whole. This doctrine will, in all probability, be gradually propagated till it has volities enough to countenance an open avowal of it. For nothing can be more evident to those who are able to take an enlarged view of the subject than the alternative of an adoption of the new Constitution or the dismemberment of the Union. It will therefore be of use to begin by examining the advantages that the Union, the certain evils, and the probable dangers to which every state will be exposed from its dissolution. This shall accordingly constitute the subject matter of my next address. Publius. Analysis of Federalist Number 1. Hamilton begins the whole enterprise by accenting the high stakes of ratification, and his very first essay presents the Constitution as the best chance to prove the world that people are capable of self-governance. As he puts it, if ratification happens, then it proves that people can construct a government that reflects and chooses. A government from reflection and choice. But if ratification fails, then the people may forever destined to depend for their political constitutions on accident and force. All the essays work from this premise, trying to convince the readers that the proposed constitution is the product of reflection and wisdom, and that it constitutes the best possible way to secure a democratic government. According to Hamilton, those who oppose the Constitution do so because they erroneously assume that any government with energy and efficiency is a threat to the principles of liberty. Hamilton is launching 2 attacks on his enemy with one stroke. First, he implies that anti-federalists do not actually want an effective government. And second, he asserts that his opponents are wrong in believing a strong federal government necessarily tends towards despotism. He claims that instead of its strength better protects the people's rights to the vigor of government. The vigor of government is essential to the security of liberty. For Hamilton, anarchy constitutes as much of the threat to democracy as does tyranny. He is conceived of the U.S. Constitution as balancing the risks of each extreme. Hamilton is describing the works of politics and statecraft in the essay, but we should recognize how much he invokes the language of sentiment. Recognize that the art of politics very much involves the heart. He describes political conflict in terms of zeal, jealousy, enthusiasm, and violent love. In fact, he accuses his opponents of being something like seducers, and he suggests that their supposed concern for freedom actually masks their self-interest. A dangerous ambition more often lurks behind a special mask of zeal for the right of the people. And Hamilton identifies the dangerous possibilities of political charisma. For example, he claims that authoritarianism is less likely to come from an obvious tyrant than it is from a populist leader. History will teach us, he writes, that of those men who've overturned the liberties of republics, the greatest number have begun their career by paying an obsequious court to the people, commencing demagogues and ending tyrants. Publius, by contrast, describes himself as emotionally honest and transparent. I am conceived that this is the safest course for your liberty, your dignity, and your happiness. I affect not reserves which I do not feel. Selected work, Federalist No. 10 by James Madison, 1787. Among the numerous advantages promised by a well-constructed union, none deserve to be more accurately developed than its tendency to break and control the violence of faction. The friend of popular governments never finds himself so much alarmed for their chance, character, and fate, as when he contemplates their propensity to the dangerous vice. He will not fail, therefore, to set a due value on any plan which, without violating the principles to which he is attached, provides a proper cure for it. The instability, injustice, and confusion introduced into public councils have, in truth, been the mortal disease under which popular governments have everywhere perished, as they continue to be the favorite and fruitful topics from which the adversaries of liberty derive their most speculative declamations. The valuable improvements made by the American constitutions on the popular models, both ancient and modern, cannot certainly be too much admired. But it would be unwarrantable, partially, to contend that they have as effectually obligated the danger on this side as was wished and expected. Complaints are everywhere heard by our most considerate and virtuous citizens, equally the friends of public and private faith, and of public and personal liberty, that our governments are too unstable, that the public good is disregarded in the conflicts of rival parties, and that measures are too often decided not according to the rules of justice and the right of the minor party, but by the superior force of the interested and overbearing majority. However anxiously we may wish that with these complaints had no foundation, the evidence of known facts will not permit us to deny that there is a degree of truth. It will be founded, indeed, on a candid review of our situation that some of the distress under which we labor have been erroneously changed on the operation of our governments. But it will be founded, at the same time, that other causes will not alone account for many of our heaviest misfortunes, and particularly for the prevailing and increasing distrust of public engagement, the alarm for private rights, which are echoed from one end of the continent to the other. These must be chiefly, if not wholly, effects of the unsteadiness and injustice with which a factious spirit has tainted our public administration. By a faction, I understand a number of citizens, whether amounting to a majority or a minority of the whole, who are united and actuated by some common impulse of passion or of interest adverse to the right of other citizens or to the pertinence and aggregate interests of the community. There are two methods of curing the mischiefs of faction, the one by removing its causes, the other by controlling its effects. There are again two methods of removing the causes of faction, the one destroying the liberty with which is essential to its existence, the other by giving to every citizen the same opinion, the same passions, the same interests. It could never be more truly said than of the first remedy that it would be worse than the disease. Liberty is to faction what air is to fire. An alignment without it instantly expires. It would be not less folly to abolish liberty, which is essential to political life because it nourishes faction, than it would wish the inhalation of air, which is essential to animal life because it imparts to fire its destructive agency. The second expedient is as impractical as the first would be unwise. As long as the reason of man continues fallible and he is at liberty to exercise it, different opinions will be formed. As long as the connection subsists between his reason and his self-love, his opinions and his passions will have a reciprocal influence on each other, and the former will be objects to which the latter will attach themselves. The diversity of the faculties of men, for which the rights of property originate, is not less an insufferable obstacle to a uniformity of interests. The protection of these facilities is the first object of government. For the protection of a different and unequal facility of acquiring property, the possession of a different degree and kind of property immediately results, and from the influences of these on the sentiments and views of their respective proprietors ensues a division of society into different interests and parties. The latent causes of faction are thus sown in the nature of man, and we see them everywhere brought into the different degrees of activity, according to the different circumstances of civil society. A zeal for different opinions concerning religion, concerning government, and many other points, as well of speculation as of practice. An attachment to different leaders ambitiously contending for preeminence and power, or to persons of any other description whose fortunes have been interested to the human passion, have, in turn, divided mankind into parties, inflamed them with mutual animosity, and rendered them much more disposed to vex and oppress each other than to cooperate for their common good. So strong this is propensity of mankind to fall into mutual animosities, that where no substantial occasion presents itself, the most frivolous and fanciful distinctions have been sufficient to kindle their unfriendly passions and to excite their most violent conflicts. But the most common and durable source of factions has been the various and unequal distributions of property. Those who hold and those who are without property have ever formed distinct interests in society. Those who are creditors and those who are debtors fall under a like discrimination. A landed interest, a manufacturing interest, a mercantile interest, a moneyed interest, and with many lesser interests, grow up of necessity in civilized nations, and divide them into different classes, actuated by different sentiments and views. The regulation of these various and interfering interests forms the principal task of modern legislation, and involves the spirit of the party and faction in the necessary and ordinary operations of the government. No man is allowed to be a judge in his own case, because his interest would certainly bias his judgment, and, not improbable, corrupt his integrity. With equal, nay, greater reason, a body of men are unfit to be both judges and parties at the same time. Yet, what so many of the most important acts of legislation, but so many judicial determinations, not indeed concerning the rights of a single person, but concerning the rights of a large body of citizens? And what are the different classes of legislators but advocating the parties to the cause of which they determine? Is a law proposed concerning private debts? Is it a question to which the creditors are parties on one side and the debtors on the other? Justice ought to hold balance between them. Yet these parties are, and must be, themselves the judges, and the most numerous party, or, in other words, the most powerful faction, must be expected to prevail. Shall domestic manufactures be encouraged, and in what degree by restrictions on foreign manufactures? Are questions which would be differently decided by the landed and manufacturing class, and probably by neither, which with a sole regard to justice and the public good. The appointment of taxes on various descriptions of property is an act which seems to require the most exact impartiality. Yet there is, perhaps, no legislation act in which greater opportunity and temptation are given to a predominant party to trample on the rules of justice. Every shilling with which they overburden the inferior number is a shilling saved to their own pocket. It is vain to say that enlightened statesmen will be able to adjust these clashing interests and render them all subservient to the public good. Enlightenment statesmen will not always be at the helm, nor in many cases can such an adjustment be made at all without taking into view indirect and remote considerations, which will rarely prevail over the immediate interest which one party may find in disregard the rights of another or the good of the whole. The interference to which we are brought is the cause of factions cannot be removed, and the relief is only to be sought in means of controlling its effects. If a faction consists of less than a majority, relief is supplied by the Republican principle, which enables the majority to defeat its sinister view by regular vote. It may clog the administration, it may convulse the society, but it will be unable to execute and mask its violence under the forms of the Constitution. When a majority is included in a faction, the form of popular government, on the other hand, enables it to sacrifice its ruling passion or interest, both the public good and the rights of other citizens. To secure the public good and private rights against the danger of such a faction, and at the same time preserve the spirit and the form of popular government, is then the great object to which our inquiries are directed. Let me add that this is the great desiderium by which the form of government can be rescued from the opprobrium under which it has so long labored, and be recommended to the esteem and adoption of mankind. By what means is this object attainable? Evidently by one or two only. Either the existence of the same passion or interest in the majority at the same time must be prevalent, or the majority, having such coexistent passion or interest, must be rendered by their number and local situation unable to concert and carry into effect schemes of oppression. If the impulse of the opportunity be suffered to coincide, we well know that neither moral nor religious motives can be relied on as adequate control. They are not found to be such on the injustice and violence of individuals, and lose their efficacy in proportion to the number combined together. That is, the proportions as their efficacy becomes needful. For this view of the subject, it may be concluded that a pure democracy, by which I mean a society consisting of a small number of citizens who assemble and administer the government in person, can admit of no cure for the mischiefs of a faction. A common passion or interest will, in almost every case, be felt by a majority of the whole. A communication and concert result from the form of government itself, and there is nothing to check the inducement to sacrifice the weaker party or an obnoxious individual. Hence it is that such democracies have ever been spectacles of turbulence and contention, have ever been found incompatible with personal security or the rights of property, and have in general been in short in their lives as they have been violent in their deaths. Theoretic politicians who have patronized this species of government have erroneously supposed that by reducing mankind to a perfect equality in their political rights, they would, at the same time, be perfectly equalized and assimilated to their possessions, their opinions, and their passions. A republic, by which I mean a government in which the scheme of representation takes place, opens a different prospect and promises the cure for which we are all seeking. Let us examine the points in which it varies from pure democracy, and we shall comprehend both the nature of the cure and the efficacy of which it must derive from the union. The two great points of difference between democracy and a republic are, first, the delegation of the government in the latter to a small number of citizens elected by the rest. Secondly, the greater number of citizens, the greater sphere of country, over which the latter may be extended. The effect of the first difference is, on the one hand, to refine and enlarge the public views, by passing them through the medium of a chosen body of citizens whose wisdom may best discern the interests true of their country, and whose patriotism and love of justice will be least likely to sacrifice it to temporary or partial considerations. Under such regulations, it may well happen that the public voice, pronounced by the representatives of the people, will be more consonant to the public good than if pronounced by the people themselves. Convenience for this purpose. On the other hand, the effect may be inverted. Men of factious tempers, of local prejudices, or of sinister designs may, by intrigue, by corruption, or by other means, first obtain the suffrages and then betray the interests of the people. The question resulting is whether small or extensive republics are more favorable to the election of proper guardians of the public weal. And it is clearly decided in favor of the latter by the two obvious considerations. In the first place, it is to be remarked that, however small the republic may be, the representatives must be raised to a certain number in order to guard against the cabals of a few, and that, however large it may be, there must be a limit to a certain number in order to guard against confusion of a multitude. Hence, the number of representatives in the two cases not being in proportion to that of the two constituents, and being proportionally greater in the small republic, it follows that if the propriety of fit characteristics be not less in the large than in the small republic, the former will present a greater option, and consequently a greater probability of a fit choice. In the next place, as each representative will be chosen by a greater number of citizens in the large than in the small republic, it will be more difficult for unworthy candidates to practice with success the vicious arts by which elections are too often carried, and the suffrages of people being more free, will be likely to center in men who possess the most attractive merit and the most diffuse and established characters. It must be confessed that in this, as it is in most cases, there is a mean on both sides of which inconveniences will be found to lie. By enlarging too much the number of electors, you render the representatives too little acquainted with their local circumstances and lesser interests, as by reducing it too much, you render him unduly attached to these, and too fit to comprehend and pursue great and national objects. The federal constitution forms a happy combination in this respect, the great and aggregate interest being referred to the national, the local, and particular to the particular to the state legislators. The other point of difference is the great number of citizens and extent of territory which may be brought within the compass of republicans than of democratic government, and this is circumstance principally which renders factious combinations less to be dreaded in the former than in the latter. The smaller the society, the fewer probably will be distinct parties and interests composing it. The fewer the distinct parties and interests, the more frequently will a majority be found of the same party, and the smaller the number of individuals composing a minority, the smaller the compass with which they are placed, the more easily they will concert and execute their plans of oppression. Extend the sphere, and you take in a greater variety of parties and interests, and you make it less probable that a majority of the whole will have a common motive to invade the right of other citizens. Or if such a common motive exists, it will be more difficult for all who feel it to discover their own strength and to act in unison with each other. Besides other impediments, it may be remarked that, where there is a consciousness of unjust or dishonorable purpose, communication is always checked by distrust in proportion to the number whose concurrence is necessary. Hence, it clearly appears that the same advantages which a republic has over a democracy in controlling the effects of a faction is enjoyed by a large over a small republic, is enjoyed by the union over the states composing it. Does the advantage consist in the substitution of representatives whose enlightened views and virtuous sentiments render them superior to local prejudices and schemes of injustice? It will not be denied that the representation of the Union will be most likely to possess these requisite endowments. Does it consist in the greater security afforded by a greater variety of parties? Against the event of any one party being able to outnumber and oppress the rest? In an equal degree, does the increased variety of parties comprised within the Union increase the security? Does it, in fact, consist in the greater obstacle opposed in the concert and accomplishment of the secret wishes of an unjust and interested majority? Here, again, the extent of the Union gives it the most palatable advantages. The influence of factious leaders may kindle a flame within the particular states, but will be unable to spread a general conflagration through the other states. A religious sect may degenerate into a political faction in a part of the Confederacy, but a variety of sects dispersed over the entirety face must secure the national councils against any danger for that source, a rage of paper money for abolition or debts, for an equal division of a property, or for any other improper or wicked project will be less apt to pervade the whole body of the Union than a particular member of it. In the same portion as such a malignity is likely more to taint a community or district than an entire state. In the extent and proper structure of the Union, therefore, we behold a republican remedy for the diseases most incident to republican government, and according to the degree of pleasure and pride we feel in being republicans ought to be our zeal in cherishing the spirit and supporting the character of Federalists. Analysis of Federalist number 10. Knowing the enmity that ultimately developed between Hamilton and Madison, it may seem surprising to see such agreement between Hamilton's and Madison's writing in the Federalist essays. Both Hamilton and Madison expressed their shared concerns about the dangerous possibility of popular government and the importance of protecting the rights of the minority. And both Madison and Hamilton agree that human conflict is inevitable. Not only will people disagree about religion and politics, but they will inevitably have different economic interests, and government is the only mechanism by which disputes can be resolved. So long as there is liberty, Madison asserts, there will be different opinions. Since it is impossible to cure the causes of faction, governments must manage the effects. Madison sets out to explain how the proposed Constitution will secure this management. His emphasis is not only on the tyranny of the minority, since any democratic government is built to protect the majority. If a faction consists of less than a majority, relief is supplied by the Republican principle, which enables the majority to defeat its sinister views by regular vote. His concern is instead to explain how the proposed Constitution protects the interest of the minority. Like Hamilton, he frames the problems as balancing act. Good laws must preserve the spirit and the form of popular government, but also must prevent popular government from sacrificing the public good to the ruling passion of the majority. Madison praises the proposed Constitution as best suited to navigate between two dangerous shoals, The balance is found in the structure of government and not in the capabilities of any political leader, since, as Madison asserts, an enlightened statesman will not always be at the helm. For Madison, the government structure designed by the Constitution is ideal because it represents democracy that is spread over a significant territory. Using the metaphor of both fire management and disease, he explains that even if factitious leaders may kindle a flame with their particular states, they will be unable to spread a general conflagration through other states, and therefore no malady will be able to pervade the whole body of the Union. Washington Irving, the author's account of himself, and Rip Van Winkle, published 1819. Washington Irving's biography. Washington Irving was one of the first American-born writers whose work was regularly consumed and praised by European readers. Like Charles Brockden Brown, Irving began his career in the American periodical press. He regularly published essays under various pseudonyms in the first decade of the 19th century. His first book was a satirical history of New York, which identified Diedrich Knickerbocker, another pseudonym, as the author of the cover page. To market the book, A History of New York from the Beginning of the World to the End of the Dutch Dynasty, Irving fabricated a hoax that the imaginary author, Mr. Knickerbocker, had disappeared and had left his manuscript in the hotel where he was last seen. This is the very same Knickerbocker whom Irving invokes at the beginning of Rip Van Winkle, where we are told that the tale was found among the papers of the late Diedrich Knickerbocker. Irving thus frames his story as if it were a legend retold by generations of people living in the Hudson River Valley, which is preserved by the amateur historian and folklorist Knickerbocker. Rip Van Winkle, also framed by the larger book in which the tale was published, the sketchbook of Geoffrey Crayon, Gent. Here, too, Irving employs a pseudonym, and he depicts the author Crayon as a young American bachelor who travels to England in search of the cultural resources that his homeland lacks. Crayon offers stories and narrative sketches from his travels, and his name is taken from the drawing implement an artist would use to make a quick portrait or sketch, comprising almost 3 dozen tales and sketches that the real Irving wrote while visiting England in 1817 and 1818. The sketchbook capitulated Irving to literary celebrity. Irving's success was a consequence of both his literary talents and his keen business sense, as he strategized on how he could best secure profits for his work. Because there was no international copyright, publishers in the United States were able to reprint British texts, and those authors received no compensation. Likewise, publishers in Britain could reprint American works without their authors receiving compensation. Irving wanted to reap the financial rewards of his literary labors, so he secured copyright for the sketchbook in both England and the United States. The sketchbook is also important in literary history because it was one of the finest books to emerge from an American printer, coincidentally named C.S. Van Winkle. The firm printed the sketchbook on top-grade paper, set it with a large type, and also in a large octavo format. As a result, the book was expensive, $5 in 1819, but despite this high purchase price, consumers were dazzled, and the book became a bestseller. Selected work: the author's account of himself from the sketchbook by Washington Irving, 1819. I am of his mind with Homer, that as the snail that creep out of her shell would turn ever-soons into a toad, and thereby was forced to make a stool to sit on. So the traveller that straggleth from his own country in a short time transformed into some monstrous shape, that he is fain to alter his mansion from his manners, and to live where he can, not where he would. Lyell's Euphus. I was always fond of visiting new scenes and observing strange characters and manners. Even when a mere child, I began my travels and made tours to discover into foreign parts and unknown regions of my native city, to the frequent alarm of my parents and emultuate of the town crier. As I grew into boyhood, I extended the range of my observations. My holiday afternoons were spent in rambles about the surrounding country. I made myself familiar with all its places famous in history or fable. I knew every spot where a murder or robbery had been committed, or a ghost seen. I visited the neighboring villages, and added greatly to my stock of knowledge, by noting their habits and customs, and conversing with their sages and great men. I even journeyed one long summer day to the summit of the most distant hill, whence I stretched my eye over a many mile of terra incognita, and I was astonished to find how vast a globe I inhabited. This rambling propensity strengthened with my years. Books of voyages and travels became my passion, and in devouring their contents I neglected the regular exercises of school. How wistfully would I wander about their pier heads in fine winter, and watch the parting ships, bound to distant climates. With what longing eyes I would gaze after their loosened sails, and wafting myself in imagination to the ends of the earth. Further reading and thinking, though they brought this vague inclination into more reasonable bounds, only served to make it more decided. I visited various parts of my own country, and I had been merely a lover of fine scenery. I should have felt little desire to seek elsewhere its gratification, for on no country had the charms of nature been more prodigally lavished. Her mighty lakes, her oceans of liquid silver, her mountains with their bright aerial tints, her valleys teeming with wild virility, her tremendous cataracts thundering in their solitudes, her boundless plains waving with spontaneity verdure, her broad deep rivers strolling in solemn silence to the ocean, her trackless forests where vegetation put forth in all its magnificence, her skies kindling with the magic of the summer clouds and glorious shines. No, never need an American look beyond his own country for the sublime and beautiful scenery. But Europe held forth all the charms and stored and poetic association. There were to be seen the masterpieces of art, the refinement of highly cultivated society, the quaint peculiarities of ancient and local custom. My native country was full of youthful promise. Europe was rich in the accumulated treasure of ages. Her very ruins told the history of the times gone by, and every moldering stone was a chronicle. I longed to wander over the scene of renowned achievement, to tread, as it were, in the footsteps of antiquity, to loiter around the ruined castle, to meditate on the falling tower, to escape. In short, from the commonplace realities of the present, I lose myself amongst the shadowy grandeur of the past. I had, beside all of this, an earnest desire to see great men of the earth. We have, it is true, our great men in America, not a city but has an ample share of them. I have mingled among them in my time, and been almost withered by a shade in which they cast me. For there is nothing so baleful to a small man as the shade of a great one, particularly the great man of a city. But I was anxious to see great men of Europe, for I had read in the works of various philosophers that an animal degenerated in America, and man among the number. A great man of Europe, thought I, must therefore be superior to a great man of America, as a peak of the Alps to the highlands of the Hudson, and in this idea I was confirmed by observing the comparative importance and swelling magnitude of many English travelers among us, who I assured were very little people in their own country. I will visit this land of wonders, I thought, and see the gigantic race from which I am descended. It has been either my good or evil lot to have my roving passion gratified. I have wandered through different countries and witnessed many shifting scenes of life. I cannot say that I have studied them with the eye of a philosopher, but rather with the sauntering gaze of which humble lovers of the picturesque scroll from the window of one print shop to another, caught sometimes by the declinations of beauty, sometimes by this distortion of caricature, and sometimes by the loveliness of landscape. It is in the fashion for modern tourists to travel pencil in hand and bring home their portfolios filled with sketches. I am disposed to get up a few for the entertainment of my friends. When, however, I look over the hints of memorandums I have taken down for my purposes, my heart almost fails me, and finding how my idle humor has led me astray from the great object studied by every regular traveler who made a book, I fear I shall give equal disappointment with an unlucky landscape painter who has traveled on the continent but followed the bent of the vagrant inclination, had sketched in nooks and corners and by places. His sketchbook was accordingly crowded with cottages and landscapes and obscure ruins, but he neglected to paint St. Peter's or the Colosseum, the cascades of Terni or the Bay of Naples, and had not a single glacier or volcano in his whole collection. Alright, strap in, because this is going to be a long story. Selected work, Rip Van Winkle, from The Sketchbook by Washington Irving, published 1819. A posthumous writing of Diedrich Knickerbocker. The following tale was found among the papers of the late Diedrich Knickerbocker, an old gentleman of New York who is very curious in the Dutch history of the province and the manners of the descendants from its primary settlers. His historic researches, however, did not lie so much among books as among men, for the former are lamentably scantily on his favorite topics, whereas he found the old burghers, and still more their wives, rich in that legendary lore, so invaluable and true history. Whenever, therefore, he happened upon a genuine Dutch family, snugly shut up in a low-roofed farmhouse, under a spread sycamore, he looked upon it as a little clasp volume of a black leather, and studied it with the zeal of a bookworm. The results of all these researches was a history of the province during the reign of the Dutch governors, which he published some years since. There have been various opinions as to the literary character of his work, and, to tell the truth, it is not a whit better than it should be. Its chief merit is its scrumultuous accuracy, which indeed was a little questioned on its first appearance, but has since been completely established, and it is now admittedly into all historical collections as a book of unquestionable authority. The old gentleman died shortly after the publication of his work, and now that he is dead and gone, we cannot do much to harm his memory to say that his time might have been better employed in weightier labors. He, however, was apt to ride his hobby his own way, and though it did not now and then kick up a little dust in the eye of his neighbors, and grieve the spirit of some friends for whom he felt the truest deference and affection, yet his errors and follies are remembered more in sorrow than in anger, and it begins to be suspected that he never intended to injure or offend. But however his memory may be appreciated by critics, it is still held dear among many folk, whose good opinion is well worth having, particularly by certain biscuit bakers who have gone so far as to imprint his likeness on their New Year cakes, and have thus given him a chance for immortality almost equal to being stamped on a Waterloo medal or a Queen Anne farthing. Whoever has made this voyage up the Hudson must remember Catskill Mountain. They are a dismembered branch of the great Appalachian family, and are seen away to the west of the river, swelling up the noble heights and lording it over the surrounding country. Every change of season, every change of weather, indeed every hour of every day, produces some change in the magical hues and shapes of these mountains. and they are regarded by all good wives far and near as perfect barometers. Where the sky is fair and settled, they are clothed in blue and purple, and print their bold outlines on a clear evening sky. But sometimes, when the rest of the landscape is cloudless, they will gather a hood of gray vapors about their summits, which, in the last rays of the setting sun, will glow and light up a crown of glory. At the foot of these fairy mountains, the voyagers may have descried the light smoke curling up from a village whose shingle roofs gleam among the trees, just where the blue tints of the upland melt away into a fresh sheet of the green nearer landscape. It is a little village of great antiquity, having been founded by some of the Dutch colonists in the early times of the province, just about being of the government of the good Peter Stuyvesant. May he rest in peace. And there are some of the houses of the original settlers standing within a few years, building a small yellow brick brought about Holland, having latticed windows and gable fronts surmounted with weathercocks. In the same village, and in one of these many houses, which, to tell the precise truth, was sadly time-worn and a simple good-natured fellow, sadly worn and weather-beaten, there lived many years since, which the county was yet a province of Great Britain, a simple, good-natured fellow of the name Rip Van Winkle. He was a descendant of the Van Winkles, who figured so gallantly in the chivalrous days of Peter Stuyvesant, and accompanied him to the siege of Fort Christina. He inherited, however, but little of the marital characters of his ancestors. I had observed that he was a simple, good-natured fellow. He was moreover a kind neighbor, an obedient, hen-pecked husband. Indeed, to the latter circumstances might be owing that meekness of spirit which gained him such universal popularity for those men who most apt to be obsequious and circulated abroad, who were under the disciplines of shrews at the house. Their tempers, doubtless, are rendered pliant and malleable in the fiery furnace of domestic tribulation, and a curtain lecture is worth all of the sermons in the world for teaching the virtues of patience and long-suffering. A terminate wife may, therefore, in some respects, be considered a tolerable blessing, and if so, Rip Van Winkle was thrice blessed. Certain it is that he was a great favorite among all the good wives of the village, who, as usual with the amiable sex, took in part in all family squabbles, and never failed, whenever they talked those matters over in their evening gossips, to lay all the blame on Dame Van Winkle. The children of the village, too, would shout their joy whenever he approached. He assisted at their sports, and making playthings, taught them to fly kites and shoot marbles, and told them long stories of ghosts, witches, and Indians. Whenever he dodged about the villages, he was surrounded by a troop of them, hanging on the skirts, clambering on his back, and playing 1,000 tricks on him with impunity, and not a dog would bark at him throughout the neighborhood. A great error in Rip's composition was an insuperable aversion to all kinds of profitable labor. It could not be from the want of absurdity or perseverance, for he would sit on a wet rock with a rod as long and as heavy as a Tartar's lance, and fish all day without a murmur. Even though he should not be encouraged by a single nibble, he would carry a fowling piece on his shoulder for hours together, trudging through the woods and the swamps, and up hills and down dale, to shoot a few squirrels or wild pigeons. He would never refuse to assist a neighbor, even in the roughest toil, and was a foremost man in all county frolics, for husking Indian corn or building stone fences. The women of the village, too, used to employ him to run errands and do such little odd jobs as their little obliged husbands would not do for them. In a word, Rip was ready to attend to anyone's business but his own. But as to doing family duty and keeping his farm in order, he found it impossible. In fact, He declared it was of no use to work on his farm. It was the most pestilent little piece of ground in the whole country. Everything about it went wrong, and would go wrong in spite of him. His fences were continually falling to pieces. His cows would either go astray or get among the cabbages. Weeds were sure to grow quicker in his fields than anywhere else. The rain always made a point of setting in just as he had done outdoor work too. Setting in just as he had done some outdoor work. So that though his patrimonial estate had dwindled away under his management, acre by acre, until there was little left more than a mere patch of Indian corn and potatoes. Yet it was the worst conditioned farm in the neighborhood. His children, too, were as ragged and wild as if they belonged to no one. His son, Rip, an urchin begotten in his own likeness, promised to inherit the habits with the old clothes of his father. He was generally seen in troops like a colt at his mother's heel, equipped with a pair of his father's cast-off galligaskins, which he had much ado to hold up with one hand, as a fine lady does train in bad weather. Rip Van Winkle, however, was one of those happy mortals whose foolish, well-oiled disposition would take the world easy, eat white bread or brown, whichever can he got with least thought or trouble, and would rather starve on a penny than work for a pound. If left to himself, he would have whistled life away in a perfect contentment, but his wife continually dining in his ear about his idleness, his carelessness, and the ruin he was to bring upon his family. Morning, noon, and night her tongue was incessantly going, and everything he said or did was sure to produce a torrent of household eloquence. Rip had but one way of replying to all lectures of the kind, and that, by frequent use, had grown into a habit. He shrugged his shoulders, shook his head, cast up his eyes, but said nothing. This, however, always provoked a fresh volley from his wife, so that he was fain to draw her off his forces and take to the outside of his home, the only side which, in truth, belonged to a hen-pecked husband. Rip's sole domestic adherence was his dog, Wolf, who was as much hen-pecked as his master. For Dame Van Winkle regarded them as companions in idleness, and even looked upon Wolf with an evil eye, as the cause of his master's going so often astray. True it is, in all points of spirit befitting an honorable dog, he was as courageous an animal as ever scourging the woods. But what courage can withstand that ever-during and all-besetment terrors of a woman's tongue? The moment Wolf entered the house, his crest fell, his tail drooped to the ground or curled between his legs. He sneaked about with a gallows air, casting many a sidelong glance at Dame Van Winkle, and at the least flourish of a broomstick or a ladle he would fly to the door, yelping with precipitation. Times grew worse and worse with Rip Van Winkle as years of matrimony rolled on, and tart temper never mellow with age, and a sharp tongue is the only edged tool that kept greener with constant use. For a long while he used to console himself, when driven from home, by frequenting a kind of perpetual club of the sages, philosophers, and other idle personages of the village, which held its session on a bench before a small inn, designated by a rubicund portrait of His Majesty George III. Here they used to sit in the shades through a long summer haze and talk listlessly over village gossip, or even endless sleepy stories about nothing. But it would have been worth any salesman's money, or statesman's money, to have heard the profound discussion that sometimes took place when, by chance, an old newspaper fell into the hands of some passing traveler. How solemnly they would listen to the contents, as drawn out by Derrick Van Bummel, the schoolmaster, a dapper, learned little man, who was not to be daunted by the most gigantic word in the dictionary, and how sagely they would deliberate upon public events some months after they had taken place. The opinions of this junto were completely controlled by Nicholas Velder, a patriarch of the village and landlord of the inn, at the door of which he took his seat from the morning till the night, just moving sufficiently to avoid the sun and keep in the shade of a large tree, so that the neighbors could tell the hour by his movements as accurately as a sundial. It is true, he was rarely heard to speak, but smoked his pipe incessantly. His adherents, however, for every great man has his adherents, perfectly understood him and knew how to gather his opinions. When anything was read or delayed or related displeased him, he was observed to smoke his pipe vehemently and send forth a short, frequent, and angry puff. But when pleased, he would inhale the smoke slowly and tranquilly, and emit it in light, placid clouds, and sometimes, taking the pipe from his mouth and letting a fragrant vapor curl around his nose, would gravely nod his head in token of perfect approbation. From even this stronghold, the unlucky Rip was at length routined by his termagant wife, who would suddenly break in upon the tranquillity of the assemblage and call the members all to naught. Nor was the august personage, Nicholas Velder himself, sacred from the daring tongue of this terrible Viagra, who charged him outright with encouraging her husband in habits of idleness. Poor Rip was at last reduced almost to despair, and his only alternative to escape from the labor of the farm and the clamor of his wife was to take a gun in hand and stroll away into the woods. Here he would sometimes seat himself at the foot of a tree and share contents of his wallet with Wolf, with whom he sympathized as a fellow sufferer in persecution. Poor Wolf, he would say, thy mistress leads thee a dog's life of it. But never mind, my lad, whilst I live thou shalt never want a friend to stand by thee. Wolf would wag his tail, look wistfully at his master's face, and if a dog can feel pity, I variably believe he reciprocated the sentiment with all his heart. In a long ramble of the kind of fine autumnal day, Rip had unconsciously scrambled to one of the highest parts of Catskill Mountain. He was after his favorite sport of squirrel shooting, and the still solitudes had echoed and re-echoed the reports of his gun. Panting, fatiguing, he threw himself, late in the afternoon, on a green knoll and covered his mountain herbage that crowned the brow of a precipitate. From an opening between the trees he could overlook all the lower country for many miles of rich woodland. He saw at a distance the lordly Hudson, far, far below him, moving on a silent but majestic course, with the reflection of a purple cloud or the sail of a lagging bark here and there sleeping on a grassy bosom, and at last losing itself on the blue highlands. On the other side he looked down into the deep mountain glen, wild, lonely, shagged, and bottom-filled with fragments from the impending cliffs, and scarcely lighted by the reflection ray of the setting sun. For some time Rip lay musing on the scene. Evening was gradually advancing. The mountains began to throw their long blue shadows over the valley. He saw that it would be dark before he could reach the village, and as he heaved a heavy sigh, he thought of what encounterance of terrors of Dame Van Winkle. He was about to descend. As he was about to descend, he heard a voice from a distance, howling, "Rip Van Winkle! Rip Van Winkle!" He looked around, but he could see nothing but a crow winging its solitary flight across the mountain. He thought his fancy must have deceived him, and turned again to descend, when he heard the same cry ringing through the still evening air, "Rip Van Winkle! Rip Van Winkle!" At the same time, Wolf bristled up his back, and giving a low growl, sulked to his master's side, looking fearfully down the glen. Rip now felt a vague apprehension stealing over him. He looked anxiously in the same direction and perceived a strange figure slowly toiling up the rocks and bending under the weight of something he carried on its back. It was surprising to see any human beings in this lonely and unfrequented place, but supposing it to be someone of the neighborhood in need of his assistance, he hastened down to yield it. On nearer approach, he's still more surprised at the singularity of the stranger's appearance. He was a short, square-built, odd fellow, with a thick, bushy hair and grizzled beard. His dress was of an antique Dutch fashion, a cloth jerkin strap around his waist, and several pairs of breeches. The outer one of ample volume, decorated with rows of buttons down the side and bunches at the knees. He bore on his shoulders a stout keg, and seemed full of liquor, and made signs for Rip to approach and assist him with the load. Though rather shy and distrustful of his new acquaintance, Rip complied, and with his usual alacrity and mutually relieved one another, they clambered up a narrow gully, apparently the dry bed of mountain torrent. As they ascended, Rip every now and then heard long rolling peals like a distant thunder that seemed to issue out of a deep ravine, or rather cleft between lofty rocks towards which their rugged path conducted. He paused for an instant, but supposed it to be the muttering of one of those transient thunder showers which often takes place in the mountain heights. He proceeded. Passing through the ravine, they came to a hollow, like a small amphitheater, surrounded by perpendicular precipices, over the brinks of which impending trees shot their branches, so that you could only catch a glimpse of the azure sky and the bright evening cloud. During the whole time, Rip and his companions had labored in silence. For though the farmer marveled greatly in what could be object of carrying a keg of liquor up his wild mountain, yet there was something strange and incomprehensible about the unknown that inspired awe and checked familiarity. Upon entering the amphitheater, new objects of wonder presented themselves. On a level spot in the center was a company of odd-looking personages playing at 9 pins. They were dressed in squat, outlandish fashion. Some wore doublets, others jerkins, with long knives in their belts, and most had enormous breeches of similar styles to that of the guides. Their visages, too, were particular. One had a large head, broad face, and small piggish eyes. The face of another seemed consistent and entirely of nose, and was surmounted by a white sugar-loaf hat, set off with a little red cock's tail. They all had beards and variations of shapes and colors. There was one who seemed to be the commander. He was a stout old gentleman with a weather-beaten countenance. He wore a laced doublet, broad belt and hanger, high-crowned hat and feather, red stockings, high-heeled shoes with roses in them. The whole group reminded Rip of the figures in an old Flemish painting in the parlor of Dominie van Schack, the village parson, and which had been brought over from Holland at the time of the settlement. What seemed particularly odd to Rip was that though these folks were evidently amusing themselves, yet they maintained the gravest face, the most mysterious silence, and were, withal, the most melancholy party of pleasure he had ever witnessed. Nothing interrupted the stillness of the scene but the noise of the balls, which, whenever they were rolled, echoed among the mountains like rolling pearls of thunder. As Rip and his companion approached them, they suddenly desisted from their play and stared at him with such fixed, statue-like gaze, and such strange, uncouth, lackluster countenance that his heart turned within him and his knees smote together. His companion now emptied the contents of the keg into large flagons, and made signals to him to wait upon the company. He obeyed with fear, and trembling they quaffed the liquor in profound silence. then returned to their game. By degrees, Rip's awe and apprehension subsided. He even ventured, when no eye was fixed upon him, to taste the beverage, which he found had much of the flavor of excellent Hollands. He was naturally a thirsty soul, and was soon tempted to repeat the draught. Once taste provoked another, and he reiterated his visits to the flagon so often that at length his senses were overpowered. His eyes swam in his head gradually declined, and he fell into a deep sleep. On waking, he found himself on the green knoll whence he had first seen the old men of the glen. He rubbed his eyes. It was a bright, sunny morning. The birds were hopping and twittering among the bushes, and the eagle was wheeling aloft and breasting the pure mountain breeze. Surely, thought Rip, I have not slept here all night. He recalled the occurrence before he fell asleep, the strange man with the keg of liquor, the mountain ravine, the wind retreating among the rocks, the Wibigon party at Ninepins, the flagon. Oh, that flagon, that wicked flagon, thought Rip. What excuse shall I make to Dame Winkle? He looked around for his gun, but in place of the clean, well-oiled fowling piece, he found an old firelock lying by him, the barrel encrusted with rust, the lock falling off, and the stock worm eaten. Now he suspected that the grave roysters of the mountain had put a trick on him, and having dosed him with liquor, had robbed him of his gun. Wolf, too, had disappeared, but he may have strayed away after a squirrel or a partridge. He whistled after him and shouted his name, but all in vain. The echoes repeated his whistle and shout, but no dog was to be seen. He determined to revisit the scene of last evening's gambol, and if he met with any of the party, to demand his dog and his gun. He rose to walk and found himself stiff in the joints and wanting in his usual activity. These mountain beds do not agree with me, thought Rip, and if this frolic should lay upon me with a fit of the retroman's rheumatism, I shall have a blessed time with Dame Van Winkle. With some difficulty he got down into the glen. He found the gully up which he and his companion had ascended the preceding evening, but to his astonishment the mountain stream was now foaming down it, leaping from rock to rock, and filling the glen with babbling murmurs. He, however, made shift to scramble up its sides, working his toilsome way through the thickets of birch, sassafras, and witch hazel, and sometimes tripping up or entangled by the wild grapevines that twisted their coils or tendrils from tree to tree, and spread a kind of network in his path. At length he reached to where the ravine had opened through the cliffs of the amphitheater, but no traces of such opening remained. The rock presented a high, impenetrable wall over which the torrent came tumbling in a sheet of feathery foam, and fell into a broad, deep basin, black from the shadows of the surrounding forest. Here, then, poor Rip was brought to a stand. He again called and whistled after the dog. He was only answered by the cawing of a flock of idle crows, sporting high in the air about a dry tree that overhung a sunny precipice, and who, secure in their elevation, seemed to look down and scoff at the poor man's perplexities. What was to be done? The morning was passing away, and Rip felt famished for what of his breakfast. He grieved to give up his dog and gun. He dreaded to meet his wife, but it would not do to starve among the mountains. He shook his head, shouldered the rusty flintlock, and, with a heart full of trouble and anxiety, turned his steps homeward. As he approached the village, he met a number of people, but none whom he knew. which somewhat surprised him, for he himself had acquainted with every one of the country road. Their dress, too, was of a surprising different fashion from that which he was accustomed. They all stared at him with equal marks of surprise, and whenever they cast their eye upon him, invariably stroked their chins. The constant reoccurrence of this gesture induced Rip involuntarily to do the same, when, to his astonishment, he found his beard had grown a foot long. Now, he had entered the skirts of the village. A troop of strange children ran at his heels, hooting after him and pointing at the gray beard. The dogs, too, not one of which he recognized for an old acquaintance, barked at him as he passed. The very village was altered. It was larger and more populous. There were more rows of houses which he had never seen before, and those which had been his familial haunts had disappeared. Strange names were over the doors, strange faces at the windows. Everything was strange. His mind now misgave him. He began to doubt whether both he and the world around him were not bewitched. Surely this was his native village, which he had left but a day ago. There stood the Catskill Mountain. There ran, sorely perplexed, the flagon last night. He had thought he had addled my head sadly. It was with some difficulty that he found the way to his own house, which he approached with silent awe, expecting every moment to hear the shrill voice of Dame Van Winkle. He found the house gone to decay, the roof fallen in, the windows shattered, and the doors off the hinges. A half-starved dog that looked like Wolf was sulking about it. Rip called him by name, but the cur snarled, showing its teeth, and passed on. This was an unkind cut indeed. My very dog, sighed poor Rip, has forgotten me. He entered the house, which, to tell truth, Dame Van Winkle had always kept in neat order. It was empty, forlorn, and apparently abandoned. Desolateness overcame all his connubial fear. He called loudly for his wife and children. The lonely chambers rang for a moment with his voice, and then all again was silence. He now hurried forth and hastened to his old resort, the village inn, but it too was gone. The large, rickety wooden buildings stood in its place, with great gaping windows, some of them broken and mended with old hats and petticoats, and over the door was painted "The Union Hotel" by Jonathan Doolittle. Instead of the great tree that used to shelter the quiet little Dutch inn of yore, there now was rearing a tall naked pole with something on top of it that looked like a red nightcap, and from it was fluttering a flag, on which a singular assemblage of stars and stripes. All this was strange and incomprehensible. He recognized on the sign, however, the ruby face of King George, under which he had smoked so many peaceful pipes. But even this was singularly metamorphized. The red coat was changed for one of blue and buff. A sword was held in the hand instead of a scepter, and the head was decorated with a cocked hat, and underneath the painting in large characters, General Washington. There was, as usual, a crowd of folk by the door, but none that Rip recollected. The very character of the people seemed changed. There was a busy, bustling, disputous tone about it. Instead of the accusum fellogy and drowsy tranquility, he looked in vain for the sage Nicholas Felder, with his broad face, double chinned, the fair long pipe uttering clouds of tobacco smoke. Instead of idle speeches or Van Bommel, the schoolmaster doiling forth the contents of the ancient newspaper. In place of these, a lean, bilious-looking fellow, with his pockets full of hand-billies, was hankering vehemently about rights of citizens, elections, members of Congress, liberty, Bunker Hill, heroes of 76, and other words which were perfect Babylonian jargon to the bewildered Van Winkle. The appearance of Rip, with his long, grisly beard, his rusty foul piece, his uncouth dress, and an army of women and children at his heels, soon attracted the attention of the tavern politicians. They crowded round him, eyeing him head to foot with great curiosity. The orator bustled up to him, and drawing him partly aside, inquired on which side he voted. Rip stared in vacant stupidity. Another short but busy little fellow pulled him by the arm, and, raising a tiptoe, inquired into his ear whether he was Federal or Democrat. Rip was equally at a loss to comprehend the question, when a knowing, self-important old gentleman in a sharp cocked hat made his way through the crowd, putting them to the right and left with his elbows as he passed, and planting himself before Van Winkle, with one arm akimbo and the other resting on his cane, his keen eye and sharp hat penetrating, as if it were into his very soul, demanded an austerious tone. What brought him to the election with a gun on his shoulder and a mob at his heels, and whether he meant to breed a riot in the village? Alas, gentlemen, cried Rip, somewhat dismayed, I am a poor, quiet man, a native of the place, and a loyal subject of the king, God bless him. Here a general shout burst from the bystanders. A Tory, a spy, a refuge. Hustle him. Away with him. It was with great difficulty that the self-important man in the cocked hat restored order, and having assumed in a tenfold austerity of brow, demanded again of the unknown culprit what he came there for and whom he was seeking. The poor man humbly assured them that he meant them no harm, but merely came here in search of some of his neighbors, who used to keep about in the tavern. Well, who are they? Name them. Rip betrothed himself for a moment and inquired, Where is Nicholas Velder? There was a silence for a little while, and an old man replied in a thin, piping voice, Nicholas Velder? Why, he's dead and gone these 18 years. There was a wooden tombstone in the churchyard that used to tell all about him, but that's rotten and gone too. Where's Bram Dutcher? Oh, he went off to the army in the beginning of the war. Some say he was killed at the storming of Stony Point. Others say he was drowned at a squall at the foot of Anthony's Nose. I don't know. He never came back again. Where's Van Bummel, the schoolmaster? He went off to the wars too. Was a great militia general, and now in Congress. Rip's heart died away at hearing these sad changes to his home and friends, finding himself thus alone in the world. Every answer puzzled him, too. By treating of such enormous lapses in time, and of matters of which he could not understand, war, Congress, Stony Point, he had no courage to ask of any of more friends, but cried out in despair, Does anyone here know Rip Van Winkle? Oh, Rip Van Winkle, exclaimed two or three. Oh, to be sure, that Rip Van Winkle yonder, leaning up against the tree? Rip looked, and beheld a precise counterpart of himself. As he went up the mountain, apparently as lazy and certainly as ragged, the poor fellow was now completely confounded, and doubted his own identity, and whether he himself or another man. In the midst of this bewilderment, the man in the cocked hat demanded to know who he was, and what was his name. God knows, exclaimed he, at his wit's end. I am not myself. I am somebody else. That's me yonder. No, that's somebody else got into my shoes. And I was myself last night, but I fell asleep on the mountain, and they've changed my gun, and everything is changed, and I'm changed, and I can't tell what's my name or who I am. The bystanders began to look at each other, nod, wink significantly, and tap their fingers against their foreheads. There was a whisper, also, about securing the gun and keeping the old fellow from doing mischief, at the very suggestion of which the self-important man in the cocked hat retired with some precipitation. At this critical moment, a fresh, comely woman pressed through the throng to get a peep at the grey-bearded man. She had a chubby child in her arms, which, frightened at his look, began to cry. Hush, Rip, she cried. Hush, you little fool. The old man won't hurt you. The name of the child, the air of the mother, the tone of her voice, all awakened a train of recollections in his mind. "What is your name, my good woman?" asked he. "Judith Gardner." "And your father's name?" "Ah, poor man, Rip Van Winkle was his name, but it's 20 years since he went away from home with his gun, and never has been heard of since. His dog came home without him, but whether he shot himself or was carried away by the Indians, no one can tell. I was then but a little girl." Rip had but one question more to ask, but he put it in a faltering voice. "Where is your mother?" "Oh, she too had died but a short time since. She broke a blood vessel in a fit of passion at the New England peddler." There was a drop of comfort, at least, in this intelligence. The honest man could contain himself no longer. He caught his daughter and child in his arms. "I am your father," cried he. "Young Rip Van Winkle once, old Rip Van Winkle now. Does anyone know poor Rip Van Winkle?" All stood in amazement until an old woman tottered out from among the crowd, put her hand to her brow, and, peering under its face for a moment, exclaimed, "Sure enough, it's Rip Van Winkle. It is himself. Welcome home again, old neighbor. Why, where have you been these 20 long years?" Rip's story was soon told, for the whole 20 years had been to him but one night. The neighbors stared when they heard it. Some were seen to wink at each other and put their tongues in their cheeks. And the self-important man in the cocked hat, who, when the alarm was over, had returned to the field, screwed down the corners of his mouth and shook his head, upon which there was a general shaking of the head throughout the assemblage. It was determined, however, to take the opinion of old Peter Vanderdoink, who was seen slowly advancing up the road. He was a descendant of the historian of that name, who wrote one of the earliest accounts of the province. Peter was the most ancient inhabitant of the village, and well versed in all wonderful events and traditions of the neighborhood. He recollected Rip all at once, and corroborated his story in the most satisfactory manner. He assured the company that it was in fact handed down from his ancestors the historian that the Catskill Mountain had always been haunted by strange beings. That it was affirmed that the great Hendrik Hudson, the first discoverer of the river and the country, kept a kind of vigil there every 20 years with his crew of Half Moon, being permitted in this way to revisit the scene of his enterprises, and kept a guardian eye upon the river and the great city called by his name. This his father had once seen them in their old Dutch dresses playing at ninepins in a hollow on the mountain, and that he himself had heard one summer afternoon the sound of their balls, like distant pearls of thunder. To make a long story short, the company broke up, and returning to the more important concerns of the election, Rip's daughter took him home to live with her. She had a snug, well-furnished home, and a stout, cheery farmer for a husband, whom Rip recollected for one of the urchins that used to climb upon his back. As to Rip's son and heir, who was the ditto of himself, seen leaned up against a tree, he was employed to work on the farm, but evinced a hereditary disposition to attend to anything else but his own business. Rip now resumed his old walks and habits. He soon found many his former cronies, though all rather the worse for the wear and tear of time, and preferred making friends among the rising generation, with whom he soon grew into great favor. Having nothing to do at home, and being arrived at that happy age when a man can be idle with impunity, he took his place once more on the bench at the inn door, and was reverenced as one of the patriarchs of the village, and a chronicle of the old times before the war. It was some time before he could get into the regular track of gossip, or could be made to comprehend the strange events that had taken place during his torpor. How that there had been a revolutionary war, that the country had thrown off the yoke of old England, and that Instead of being a subject to the Majesty George III, he was now a free citizen of the United States. Rip, in fact, was no politician. The changes of states and empires made but little impressions on him, but there was one species of despotism under which he had long groaned, and that was petticoat government. Happily, that was at an end. He had got his neck out of the yoke of matrimony, and could go in and out wherever he pleased, without dreading the tyranny of Dame Van Winkle. Whenever her name was mentioned, however, he shook his head, shrugged his shoulders, and cast up his eyes, which might pass either for an expression of resignation to his fate or joy at his deliverance. He used to tell his story to every stranger that arrived at Mr. Doolittle's hotel. He was observed, at first, to vary on some points every time he told it, which was, doubtless, owing to him having so recently awakened. It was at last settled down precisely to the tale I have related, and not a man, woman, or child in the neighborhood but knew it by heart. Some always pretended to doubt the reality of it, and insisted Rip had been out of his head, and that some point, and this was one point on which he always remained flighty. The old Dutch inhabitants, however, almost universally gave it credit. Even to this day, they never heard a thunderstorm of a summer afternoon about the Catskill, but they say Hendrik Hudson and his crew are at their game of ninepins, and it is a common wish of all hen-pecking husbands in the neighborhood, when life hangs heavy in their hands, that they might have a quiet draught of Rip Van Winkle's flagon. Note: the foregoing tale, one would suspect, has been suggested to Mr. Knickerbocker by a little German superstition about the Emperor Friedrich der Rothbart and the Pfizer Mountain. Kuiper Mountain? I don't know how to say that. The subjoined note, however, which he had appealed to the tale, shows that it is an absolute fact narrative with his usual fidelity. The story of Rip Van Winkle may seem incredible to many, but nevertheless I give it my full belief, for I know the vicinity of our old Dutch settlements to have been very subject to marvelous events and appearances. Indeed, I've heard many stranger stories than this in the villages along the Hudson, all of which were too well authenticated to admit a doubt. I've even talked to Rip Van Winkle myself, who, when I saw him, was a very venerable old man, and so perfectly rational and consistent on every other point that I think no conscientious person could refuse to take this into the bargain. Nay, I have seen a certification on the subject taken before a county justice and signed with cross, in the justice's own handwriting. The story, therefore, is beyond the possibility of doubt.
Postscript. The following are travel notes from the memorandum book of Mr. Knickerbocker. The Cattsburg or Catskill Mountains have always been a region full of fable. The Indians considered them an abode of spirits, who influenced the weather, spreading sunshine or cloud over the landscape, and sending good or bad hunting seasons. They were ruled by an old squaw spirit, said to be their mother. She dwelt on the highest peaks of the Catskill, and had charged the doors of the day and night to open and shut them at the proper hour. She hung up the new moons in the skies and cut out the old ones into stars. In times of drought, if properly appropriated, she would spin light summer clouds out of cobwebs and morning dew and send them off to the crest of the mountain, flake after flake, like flakes of carded cotton, to float in the air until, dissolved by the heat of the sun, they would fall in gentle showers, causing the grass to spring, the fruits to ripen, and the corn to grow an inch an hour. If displeased, however, she would brew up clouds black as ink, sitting in the midst of them like a bottle-bellied spider in the midst of its web, and when these clouds broke, woe betide the valleys. In old times, say the Indian traditions, there was a kind of mantur or spirit who would keep the wildest recesses of the Catskill Mountain and took a mischievous pleasure in wreaking all kinds of evil and vexations upon the red men. Sometimes he would assume the form of a bear, a panther, or a deer, lead the bewildered hunters in a weary chase through tangled forests and among ragged rocks, and then spring off with a loud ho-ho, leaving him aghast on the brink of a beetling precipitate or a raging torrent. The favorite abode of this man, too, is still shown. It is a great rock cliff on the loneliest part of the mountains, and, from the flowering vines which clamber about it, and the wild flowers which abound in its neighborhood, it is known by the name of the Garden Rock. Near the foot of it is a small lake, the haunt of the solidarity bittern, with water snakes basking in the sun, and the leaves on the pond lilies which lie on the surface. This place was held in great awe by the Indians, insomuch that the boldest hunters would not pursue his game within its precincts. Once upon a time, however, a hunter who had lost his way penetrated to the Garden Rock, where he beheld a number of gourds placed in the crotches of trees. One of these he seized and made off with, but in a hurry of his retreat he let it fall among the rocks, where a great stream gushed forth, which washed him away and swept him down the precipice, where he was dashed to pieces, and the stream made its way to the Hudson, and continues to flow to the present day, being the identical stream known by the name of Catterskill. American resources. The first sketches in the book is the author's account of himself, and it provides the reader with an introduction to Geoffrey Crayon. Although Crayon is a pseudonym, there are many similarities to the real author. They are both young bachelors who set off to visit new scenes across the Atlantic Ocean and to observe strange characters and manners. The opening chapter also establishes the conceit of the entire work, that Crayon is a modern tourist who is going to travel pencil in hand and bring home their portfolio, filled with sketches. Crayon asserts that traveling is necessary because while the American landscape is beautiful, it lacks the charms of storied and poetic associations that are found in much greater abundance in England and the rest of Europe. Although Crayon claims that he needs to go abroad to find materials, a number of tales and sketches are set in North America, including one of the most famous, Rip Van Winkle. And since the tale is about a legend that surrounds an early settlement, Irving makes a case for the storied and poetic associations that are attached to America. Rip Van Winkle is set in a geographical sphere in which Irving often turned, the Hudson River Valley and the Catskill Mountains of upstate New York. His eponymous protagonist is a member of the Dutch community who settled in the area in the 17th century. Rip Van Winkle, however, is a very unlikely American hero, since he contradicts a mythos that had already flourished at the beginning of the 19th century, which was that any farmer in America would become a wealthy man with hard work. Crevoisier, for example, makes this claim in Letters from an American Farmer. By contrast, Rip has an insurpassable aversion to all kinds of profitable labor, which is why his termagant wife is so angry with him. Far from being wealthy, the longer he owns his property, the poorer he becomes. His patrimonial estate has dwindled away under his management, acre by acre, until it was little more left than a mere patch of Indian corn and potatoes. While his aversion to labor makes an atypical American hero, his dedication to play, drink, and storytell presents an alternate American story. This is an American fairy tale in which a man can escape all his domestic responsibilities, take off for the woods with his gun and dog, get drink from a friend, sleep for ages, and wake up to discover everything is better than when he left it. After all, one reason Rip set out for his walk was to escape the tyranny of his wife. But when he returns, she has died, and he finds himself out of the yoke of matrimony and the petticoat government. Instead, his daughter takes care of him, and his age absolves him of any household chores. Perhaps it should come as no surprise that the story has been so popular for centuries, adapted into plays, comics, and films. Irving's tale also serves as a fascinating portrait of the American attitude towards its own national origin story. When Rip awakens, he finds the world both fundamentally changed and exactly the same. Nowhere is a better representation of Irving's depiction of the changes to the village inn. Upon his return, Rip discovers a new building and a new flag, but the old sign is familiar. He recognized on the sign the ruby face of King George, under which he had smoked so many peaceful pipes, but the sign has changed to the portrait of the king, with this substitution of a blue coat, a sword, and a new hat, was singularly metamorphized into a portrait of George Washington. In Irving's story, Rip goes to sleep a loyal subject of King George and awakens 20 years later a citizen of a new nation whose president is George Washington. Irving thus transforms the violent rebellion and long war into something to sleep through. As the narrator himself explains, he wants to make a long story short. Writing Rip Van Winkle 30 years after the end of the war, Irving implies that this is perhaps how all Americans want to record their national history. Founded in revolution, the nation awakes to find itself singularly metamorphized into a legitimate world power, and, like Rip, given the liberty to invent all sorts of stories about its origin. David Walker, excerpts from Appeal in 4 Articles, published 1829. David Walker's biography and textual history. Although David Walker's name is not well known now, his short book, the full title of which is David Walker's Appeal in 4 Articles, together with a preamble to the colored citizens of the world, but in particular very expressly to those of the United States of America, was one of the most controversial texts in the United States in the antebellum period, and a work of considerable importance in American literary history. Walker was born in North Carolina. His father was enslaved and his mother was free. Because according to the law of the time, children followed the conditions of their mother, Walker was also free. We don't know much about Walker's early life, except that he lived for several years in Charleston, South Carolina, which is the major center of the North American intrastate slave trade, and also the location of a vibrant free black community. Much of it centered around the African American Methodist Episcopal Church, of which Walker was a lifetime member. Walker moved to Boston sometime in the early 1820s. Historians are not sure when he arrived, but he was clearly well established by 1825, since census records indicate that he owned a business. In Boston, he also became a member of the Massachusetts General Colored Association and worked on behalf of one of the first African American newspapers, Freedom's Journal. Walker published the first edition of his appeal in 1929, releasing 2 more editions of the work before his death in August of 1830. At the time, many people suspected his death as the result of foul play, since a $10,000 bounty had been advertised on his life. Evidence of both the anger and fear that appeal created in the white community. However, most historians believe it was likely that Walker died from tuberculosis, which is listed on his death record, since his daughter had died from that disease only a week before his own death. He was buried in an unmarked grave in Boston. Selected work. David Walker, excerpts from Appeal in 4 Articles, published 1829. My dearly beloved brethren and fellow citizens, having traveled over a considerable portion of these United States, I have, in the course of my travels, taken the most accurate observations of things as they exist. The result of my observations has warranted the full and unshaken conviction that we, colored people of the United States, are the most degraded, wretched, and abject set of beings that ever lived since the world began, and I pray God that none like us may ever live again until time shall be no more. They tell us of the Israelites in Egypt, the Heliots in Sparta, and the Roman slaves, which last were made up of almost every nation under heaven, whose suffering under those ancient and heathen nations were, in comparison to ours, under this enlightened and Christian nation, no more than a cipher. Or, in other words, those heathen nations of antiquity had but little more among them than the name and form of slavery, while wretchedness and endless miseries were reserved, apparently in a final, to be poured upon our fathers, ourselves, and our children by Christian Americans. My beloved brethren, the Indians of the North and South America, the Greeks, the Irish, subjected under the King of Great Britain, the Jews, that ancient people of the Lord, the inhabitants of the islands of the sea, in fine, all the inhabitants of the earth, except, however, the sons of Africa, are called men, and of course are, and ought to be free. But we, colored people, and our children are brutes, and of course are, and ought to be, slaves to the American people and their children forever, to dig their mines and work their farms, and thus go on enriching them from one generation to another with our blood and our tears. I promised in a preceding page to demonstrate the satisfaction of the most incredulous that we, colored people of the United States, are the most wretched, degraded, and abject set of beings that ever lived since the world began, and that the white Americans have reduced us to wretched state of slavery, treated us in a condition more cruel, they being enlightened and Christian people, than any heathen nation did any people whom it had reduced to our condition. These affirmations are so well confirmed in my mind, in the minds of all unprejudiced men who have taken the trouble to read histories, that they need no elucidation from me. I have been, for years, troubling the pages of history, trying to find out what our fathers have done to the white Christians of America to merit such condemned punishment as they have inflicted on them, and do continue to inflict on us their children. I must aver that my research hath hitherto been no effect. I have therefore come to the immovable conclusion that they, Americans, have and do continue to punish us for nothing else but for enriching them and their country. For I cannot conceive of anything else, nor will I ever believe otherwise until the Lord shall convince me. The world knows that slavery as it existed among the Romans, which was their primary cause of their destruction, was, comparatively speaking, no more than a cipher when compared with ours under the Americans. Indeed, I should not have noticed the Roman slaves had not the very learning and penetrating Mr. Jefferson said, when a master was murdered, all his slaves in the same house or within hearing were condemned to death. Here let me ask Mr. Jefferson, but he is gone to answer to the bar of God for the deeds done in his body while living. I therefore ask the whole American people, had I not rather die or be put to death than be a slave to any tyrant, who takes not only my own, but my wife and children's lives by the inches? Yes, I meet death with avidity far in preference to such servile submissions to the murderous hands of tyrants. Mr. Jefferson's very severe remarks on us have been so extensively argued upon by men whose attainments in literature I shall never be able to reach, that I would not have meddled with it were I not to solicit each of my brethren, who had the spirit of a man, to buy a copy of Mr. Jefferson's Notes on Virginia and put it in the hand of his son. For let no one of us suppose that the refutations which had been written by our white friends are enough. They are whites, we are blacks. We and the world wish to see the charges of Mr. Jefferson refute by the blacks themselves. According to their chances, we must remember that what the whites have written respecting this subject is other men's labors, and did not emanate from the blacks. I know well that there are some talents and learnings among the colored people of this country which we have not chanced to develop in consequence of oppression, but our oppression ought to hinder us from acquiring all we can, for we have a chance to develop them by and by. God will not suffer us always to be oppressed. Our sufferings will come to an end, in spite of all the Americans this side of eternity. We will want we will want all the learning and talents among ourselves, and perhaps more to govern ourselves, Every dog must have its day. The Americas is coming to an end. But let us review Mr. Jefferson's remark respecting us some further. Comparing our miserable fathers with the learned philosophers of Greece, he says, "Yet notwithstanding these and other discouraged circumstances among the Romans, their slaves were often the rarest artists. They excelled, too, in science, so much as to be usually employed as tutors to their masters' children. Epictetus, Terence, and Theodorus were slaves, but they were of the race of whites. Is that not their condition, then, but nature, which has produced the distinction? See this, my brethren? Do you believe that it is the assertion is swallowed by millions of the whites? Do you know that Mr. Jefferson was one of the great characters as ever lived among the whites? See his writings for the world and public labors of the United States of America. Do you believe that the assertions of such a man will pass away into oblivion unobserved by this people and of the world? If you did, you are much mistaken. See how the American people treat us. We have souls in our bodies. Are we men who have any spirits at all? I know that there are many swell-bellied fellows among us, whose great object is to fill their stomachs. Such I do not mean. I am well after those who know and feel that we are men, as well as other people. To them I say that unless we try to refute Mr. Jefferson's argument respecting us, we will only establish them. But the slaves among the Romans. Everybody who has read history knows that as soon as a slave among the Romans obtained his freedom, he could rise to great eminence in the state, and there was no law instituting hindering a slave from buying his freedom. Have not the Americans instituted laws to hinder us from obtaining our freedom? Do any deny this charge? Read the laws of Virginia, North Carolina, etc. Further, have not the Americans instituted laws to prohibit a man of color from obtaining and holding any office whatever under the government of the United States of America? Now Mr. Jefferson tells us that our condition is not so hard as the slaves were under the Romans. It is time for us to bring this article to a close, but before I close it, I must observe to my brethren that at the close of the first revolution in this country, with Great Britain, there were but 13 states in the Union. Now there are 24, which most of which are slave-holding states, and the whites are dragging us around in chains and handcuffs to their new states and territories to work their mines and work their farms, to enrich them and their children, and millions of them believing firmly that we, being a little darker than they, were made by our Creator to be an inheritance to them and their children forever. The same as a parcel of brutes. We are men. I ask you, O brethren, are we men? Did our Creator make us to be slaves to dust and ashes like ourselves? Are they not dying worms as well as we? Have they not made their appearance before the tribunal heaven to answer the deeds done in the body as well as we? Have we any other master but Jesus Christ alone? Is he not their master as well as ours? What right then have we to obey and call any other master but himself? How we could be so submissive to a gang of men whom we cannot tell whether they are as good as ourselves or not, I could never conceive. However, this is shut up when the Lord and we cannot precisely tell, but I declare we judge men by their works. The whites have always been an unjust, jealous, unmerciful, avaricious, and bloodthirsty set of beings, always seeking after power and authority. We view them all over the Confederacy of Greece, where they were first known to be anything. In consequence of education, we see them there, cutting each other's throats, trying to subject each other to wretchedness and misery, to effect which they used all kinds of deceitful, unfair, and unmerciful means. We view them next in Rome, when the spirit of tyranny and deceit raged still higher, and view them in Gaul, Spain, and in Britain. In fine, we view them all over Europe. together with what were scattered around Asia and Africa as heathens, and we see them acting more like devils than accountable men. But some may ask, did not the blacks of Africa or the mulattoes of Asia go on the same way as did the whites of Europe? I answer, no. They were never half as avaricious, deceitful, and unmerciful as the whites, according to their knowledge. But we will leave the whites of Europe as heathens, and take a view as them as Christians. In more capacity, we see them as cruel, if not more so than ever. In fact, take them as a body. They are 10 times more cruel, avaricious, and unmerciful than ever they were. For while they were heathens, they were bad enough, it is true, but it is positively a fact that they were not quite so audacious as to go and take vessel loads of men, women, and children, and in cold blood and through devilishness throw them into the sea, murder them in all kinds of ways. While they were heathens, they were too ignorant for such barbarity. But being Christians, enlightened and sensible, they are completely prepared for such hellish cruelties. Now suppose God were to give them more sense. What would they do? If it were possible, would they not dethrone Jehovah and seat themselves upon his throne? I therefore, in the name and fear of God, Lord God of heaven and of earth devised and prejudice, either on the side of my color or that of whites, advance my suspicion of them, that whether they are as good as nature as we are or not, their actions, since they were known as people, have been the reverse. I do indeed suspect them, but this as I before observed, is shut up with the Lord, we cannot exactly tell. It will be proven in succeeding generations. Secular and sacred Germandad. Walker's text proves an ideal example of an important form of American literature, taking its name from the prophet Jeremiah, who is sometimes called the weeping prophet. The Jeremiad offers an extended lamentation and rebuke. We find it most frequently used in sermons, and the classic example in colonial American literature is Jonathan Edwards' Sinners in the Hands of an Angry God, in which Edward lambasts his congregation for their spiritual failings. Walker's text similarly involves both lamentation and castigation. He expresses his sorrow towards his beloved brethren and fellow citizens, fellow African Americans, both free and enslaved, and he directs his rebuke at white Americans. In this way, Walker invocates of audiences. Walker's invocation of audience is remarkably complex. We know that he explicitly intended black Americans to read his work, since it is addressed in the title page to the colored citizens of the world, and very expressly to those of the United States of America. And Walker wanted his work to be distributed across the United States, even reaching enslaved African Americans in the southern states. This ambition was made incredibly difficult, however, by numerous state laws that outlawed the mailing or distribution of any incendiary material. Southern post offices were legally allowed to destroy any material that they thought threatened the safety of the white community. As a result, Walker engineered a campaign to have his small pamphlet-sized book superfluously distributed across the country by being hidden in hats, coat linings, and luggage. The text was addressed to many people who, because they were also enslaved, could not read, and therefore it was also meant to be read aloud. We know this because the printed text contains marks that indicate elocutionary emphasis, multiple exclamation points, bolded and italicized text, and font bullets. The black community who read or listened to Walker's voices heard an angry indictment of the hypocrisy of both church and state. That is, Walker castigates the white community for both their spiritual and political failures. He rhetorically asks, for example, did our Creator make us to be slaves to dust and ashes? Have we any other master but Jesus Christ alone? What right, then, have we to obey and call any other master but himself? Although the questions are addressed to fellow black people, the challenge is to white Christians. His language is certainly more incendiary than Phyllis Wheatley's, but there is a basic similarity in their respective arguments as they both highlight the contradictions between Christian theology and slaveholding. And this will be a theme that continues in the writing of later abolitionists, including Frederick Douglass, Sojourner Truth, and William Lloyd Garrison. Walker draws attention not just to a spiritual failure of white Americans, but also to how they have betrayed the political ideas of their nation's founding. As such, when he is addressing his community of fellow citizens, he is being both sincere and ironic. He is sincere insofar as he asserts that African Americans should have exactly the same citizen rights as other Americans, but he is being ironic insofar as the book provides an excessive survey to all of the ways that people of African descent, free and enslaved, are deprived access to citizenship. Indeed, he compares the conditions of African people to other subjugated groups. The Indians of North and of South America, the Greeks, the Irish, the Jews, the inhabitants of the islands of the sea, but observes that while these others are called men, we, colored people, and our children are brutes. He bewails the experiences of African Americans who are the most wretched, degraded, and abject set of beings to ever live since the world began, and also excoriates the white community for consistently committing such degrading actions. He bewails the experience of African Americans who are the most wretched, degraded, and abject set of beings to ever live since the world began, and clearly intends to inflame his white readers. Walker excoriates white people and charges them with committing more historic degradations than any other community in history. Notably, Walker constructs his attacks on the false democracy of the United States by engaging one of the most famous Democratic writers in American history, Thomas Jefferson, who penned the famous line from the Declaration of Independence, "All men are created equal." Walker, however, turns not to Jefferson's writing of the Declaration, but rather to his Notes on the State of Virginia, the same text to which the earlier passage from Chief Logan is drawn. As we discussed earlier, Jefferson in Notes on the State of Virginia makes a claim for the orational and intellectual capability of indigenous Americans. Jefferson, however, conversely argues for the intellectual inferiority of people of African descent. Indeed, Jefferson mentions Phyllis Wheatley by name, declaring that her work is not real poetry. When Walker refers to Mr. Jefferson's very severe remarks on us, he is reflecting on these racist claims from Notes on the State of Virginia. And Walker demands that black writers and thinkers refute these charges. He wants the black community to provide a loud and detailed denunciation of Jefferson's prejudice on the endemic racism in both the northern and southern United States. He specifically mobilizes the Jeremiad form when he observes how the nation has become even more prejudicial as time has passed. At the close of the First Revolution, there were but 13 states in the Union. Now there are 24, most of which are slaveholding states, and the whites are dragging us around in chains and handcuffs to their new states and territories to work their mines and farms to enrich them and their children. He expresses his anger at the betrayal of the revolution and his sorrow at the subjugation and exploitation of his brethren. Walker never explicitly calls for revolution in the pages of Appeals, but he does intimate that the time might soon be coming. He writes, for example, that God will not suffer us always to be oppressed. Our sufferings will come to an end in spite of all Americans this side of eternity. His demands for change is the principal reason why his work disappeared from literary history for so long. In the antebellum period, Walker's text was not only destroyed and censored by pro-slavery forces, but also largely ignored by abolition groups who felt that Walker was too radical in his appeals to the black community and too hostile to white people. The famous revolutionary abolitionist John Brown, who organized the raid on Harper's Ferry in 1859, was one of the few who tried to print appeals later in the century, but it remained out of print until 1965, when a scholarly edition of the work finally appealed. Only now, almost 2 centuries after its initial publication, it is regularly found in American literary anthologies, and we can see how it offers a vital strain in African American writing that gets picked up in the works of, for example, W.E.B. Du Bois, Malcolm X, and Audre Lorde, and countless others. William Apes, An Indian's Looking Glass for the White Man, published in 1833. William Apes' Biography and Textual History. William Apes was the first Native American to write an autobiography, A Son of the Forest, published in 1829. In this book, he describes his impoverished childhood in rural Coleraine, Massachusetts, where his parents, whom the census identified as colored, moved after the remaining members of the Pequot tribe were exiled from their original homeland in southern Connecticut. A victim of both poverty and child abuse, Apes was sold as an indentured servant when he was a young child. He escaped his indenture at the beginning of the War of 1812, serving in the New York militia. His life was also fundamentally changed when he converted to Methodism and, after the war, was ordained as a Methodist minister. Not only did Apes work as a preacher, but he also became increasingly involved in political activism, frequently championing the rights of American Indians and African Americans. We see his commitments to both religion and activism coupled in his book, The Experiences of the 5 Christian Indians of the Pequot tribe, published in 1833. The book begins with conversation narratives of 5 Pequot Indians, including his own. It concludes with the essay, An Indian's Looking Glass for the White Man, which shifts away from issues of faith in order to offer a vociferous political critique of governmental policy towards American Indians. An Indian's Looking Glass was undoubtedly motivated by experiences Apes had had the same year in Mashpee, Massachusetts. Apes had traveled to the town of Cape Cod to serve as a minister, but he quickly became committed to other duties beyond spiritual ones, as he became instrumental in assisting the Wampanoag tribe in their attempt to retain control over the land and resources of the town. He helped the tribe draft a memorial petition delivered to the state of Massachusetts, proclaiming their tribal autonomy, asserting their right over the area's timber and hay, and reminding the governor that their sovereign rights were protected by the U.S. Constitution. This battle to retain tribal sovereignty, or what is called the Mashpee Revolt, ultimately results in Apes' arrest and jail sentence, but he was also successful in securing Mashpee as an independent Indian district. Selected work, An Indian's Looking Glass for the White Man, by William Apes, published 1833. Having a desire to place a few things before my fellow creatures who are traveling with me to the grave, and to that God who is the maker and preserver both of the white man and the Indian, whose abilities are the same and who are to be judged by God, will show no favor to outward appearances, but will judge righteousness. Now I ask if degradation has not been heaped long enough upon the Indians, and if so, can there not be a compromise? Is it right to hold and promote prejudices? If not, why not put them all away? I mean here amongst these who are civilized. It may be that many are ignorant of the situations of many of my brethren within the limits of New England. Let me, for a few moments, turn your attention to the reservations in the different states of New England, and, with but few exceptions, I shall find them as follows: the most mean, abject, miserable race of beings in the world, a complete place of prodigality and prostitution. Let a gentleman and lady of integrity and respectability visit these places, and they would be surprised As they wandered from one hut to the other, they would view with the females who are left alone, children half starved, and some almost as naked as they came into the world. And it is, in fact, that I have seen them as much so, while the females are left without protection and are seduced by white men, and are finally left to become common prostitutes for them, and to be destroyed by that burning, fiery curse that has swept millions, both of red and white men, into the grave with sorrow and disgrace. Rum. One reason why they are left so is because their most sensible and active men are absent at sea. Another reason is because they are made to believe they are minors and have not the abilities given them from God to take care of themselves, without it to see to a few little articles, such as baskets and brooms. Their land is in common stock, and they have nothing to make them enterprising. Another reason is because these men who are agents, many of them unfaithful, and care not whether the Indians live or die, they are much imposed upon by their neighbors to have no principle. They would think it no crime to go upon Indian lands and cut and carry off their most valuable timber, or anything else they choose, and I doubt not that they think it clear gain. Another reason is because they have no education to take care of themselves. If they had, I would risk them to take care of their own property. Now, I will ask if the Indians are not called the most ingenious people amongst us, and are they not said to be men of talents? And I would ask, could there be a more efficient way to distress and murder them by inches than the way they have taken? And there is no people in the world but who may be destroyed in the same way. Now, if these people are what they held up in our view to be, I would take the liberty to ask why they are not brought forward and pain taken to educate them, to give them all a common education, and those the brightest and first-rate talents put forward to held up the office. Perhaps some unholy, unprincipled men would cry out, the skin was not good enough. But stop, friends. I am not talking about the skins, but about principles. I would ask if there cannot be as good feeling and principles under a redskin as there can be under a white? And let me ask, is it not on account of bad principles that we who are red children have to suffer so much as we have? And let me ask, did not this bad principle proceed from the whites or their forefathers? And I would ask, is it worthwhile to nourish it any longer? If not, then let us have a change, although some men no doubt will spout their corrupt principles against it, that are the halls of legislation and elsewhere. But I presume this kind of talk will seem surprising and horrible. I do not see why it should, so long as they, the whites, say that they think as much of us as they do themselves. This I have heard repeatedly from the most respectable gentlemen and ladies, and having heard so much precept, I should now wish to see the example. And I would ask who has a better right to look for these kinds of naturalists himself, the candid men who would say none. I know that many say that they are willing, perhaps the majority of people, that we should enjoy our rights and privileges as they do. If so, I would ask why we are not protected in our persons and property throughout the Union. Is it not because there reigns in the breasts of many who are leaders and most unrighteous, unbecoming, and impure black principle, and as corrupt and as unholy as it can be, while these are the very same unfeeling, self-esteemed characteristics pretend to take the skin as a pretext to keep us from our unalienable and lawful rights? I would ask if you could like to be disfranchised from all your rights, merely because your skin is white and for no other crime. I'll venture to say these very characteristics, who hold the skin to be such a barrier in the way, would be the first to cry out, injustice, awful injustice. But, reader, I acknowledge that this is a confused world, and I am not seeking for office, but merely placing before you the black inconsistency that you place before me, which is 10 times blacker than any skin that you will find in the universe. And now let me exhort you to do away with that principle, as it appears 10 times worse in the sight of God and candid men than skin color, more disgraceful than all the skin colors that Jehovah ever made. If black or red skins or any other skin of color is disgraceful to God, it appears that he has disgraced himself a great deal, for he has made 15 colored people to one white, and placed them here upon the earth. Now, let me ask you, white man, if it is a disgrace for to eat, drink, and sleep with the image of God, or sit or walk and talk with them, or have you the folly to think that the white man, being 1 in 15 or 16, are the only beloved images of God? Assemble all nations together in your imagination, and then let the whites be seated amongst them. And then let us look for the whites, and no doubt not it would be hard finding them. For to the rest of the nations they are still but a handful. Now suppose these skins were put together, and each skin has its national crimes written upon it. Which skin do you think would be the greatest? I will ask one question more. Can you charge the Indians with robbing a nation, almost of their whole continent, and murdering their women and children, and then depriving the remaining of their lawful rights that nature and God require to have? And to cap the climax, rob another nation to till their ground, and welter out their days under the lash with hunger and fatigue under the scornful rays of the burning sun. I should look at all the skins, and I know that when I cast my eye upon that white skin, and if I saw those crimes written upon it, I should enter my protest amongst it immediately, and cleave to that which is more honorable. And I can tell you that I am satisfied with the manner of my creation fully, whether others are or not. But we will strive to penetrate more fully the conducts of those who profess to have pure principles, and who tell us to follow Jesus Christ and imitate him and have his spirit. Let us see if they come anywhere near him and his ancient disciples. The first thing we are to look at are his precepts, of which we will mention a few. Thou shalt love the Lord thy God with all thy heart, with all thy soul, with all thy mind, and with all thy strength. The second is like unto it. Thou shalt love thy neighbor as thyself. One of these two precepts hangs in the law and the prophets. By this shall all men know that they are my disciples, if ye have love one to another. Our Lord left this special command with those followers, that they should love one another. Again, John in his epistles says, He who loveth the Lord loveth his brother also. Let us not love in word, but in deed. Let us love be without decimation. See that ye love one another with a pure heart fervently. If any man say, I love God, and hateth his brother, he is a liar. Whoever hath his brother is a murderer, and no murderer hath eternal life abiding in him. The first thing that takes our attention is the saying of Jesus, Thou shalt love, etc. And the first question I would ask my brethren in the ministry, as well as that of the membership, is, what is love, or its effects? Now, if they again are not essentially affected with pure love, the love of God, how can they teach us as they ought? Again, the holy teachers of old say, Now if any man have not the Spirit of Christ, he is none of his. Now, my brethren in the ministry, let me ask you a few sincere questions. Did you ever hear or read of Christ teaching his disciples that they ought to despise one because his skin was different from theirs? Jesus, being a Jew, and those of his apostles certainly not being white, and did not who he compelled the plan of salvation completed for the whites as well as for the Jews and others. And were not the whites the most degraded people of earth at the time? And none were more so, for they sacrificed their children to dumb idols. And did not St. Paul labor more abundantly for building up a Christian nation among you than any of the apostles? And did you know as well as I that you are not indebted to the principle beneath the white skin of your religious services, but to a colored one? When this is the matter now, is not religion the same now under a colored skin as it ever were? If so, I would ask, why is not a man of color respected? You may say, as many say, that have white men enough. But was this the spirit of Christ and the apostles? If it had been, there would not have been one white preacher in the world, for Jesus Christ would have never been imparted his grace or word to them, for he could forever have held it from them. But we find Jesus Christ and his apostles never looked at the outward appearances. Jesus, in particular, looked at the hearts, and his apostles, through him, being discerners of the Spirit, looked at their fruit without any regard to the skin, color, or nation. As St. Paul himself speaks, where there is neither Greek nor Jew, circumcision nor uncircumcision, barbarian nor Scythian, bond nor free, but Christ is all and in all. If you can find a spirit like Jesus Christ and his apostles prevailing now in any of the white congregations, I should like to know it. I ask, is it not the case that beyond everybody that is not white is threatening to contempt and counted as barbarians? And I ask if the word of God justifies the white man in doing so. When the prophets prophesied, of whom did they speak? When they spoke of heathens, was it not the whites and others that were counted Gentiles? And I ask if all nations, with the exception of the Jews, were not counted heathens, and according to the writings of some, it could not mean Indians, for they are counted Jews. And now I would ask, why is all this distinction made amongst these Christian societies? I would ask, what is all ado about missionary societies, if not to Christianize those who are not Christians? And what is it for? To degrade them worse? To bring them into society where they must welter out their days in disgrace merely because their skin is of a different complexion? What folly is it to try and make the state of human society worse than it is? How astonished some may be at this, but let me ask, is it not so? Let me refer you to the churches only, and to my brethren, is there any agreement? Do brethren and sisters love one another? Do they not rather hate one another? Outward forms and ceremonies, the lusts of the flesh, the lust of the eyes, and the pride of life, is of more value to many professors than the love of God shed abroad in their hearts, or the attachment to his altar, to the ordinances, or to his children. But you may ask, who are the children of God? Perhaps you might say none but whites. If so, the word of the Lord is not true. I will refer you to St. Peter's precept, Acts 10, God is no respecter of persons, etc. Now, if this is the case, my white brother, what better are you than God? And if not better, why do you, who profess his gospel and have his spirit, act so contrary to it? Let me ask why the men of different skins are so despised. Why are not they educated and placed in your pulpits? I ask if his services well performed are not as good as if a white man performed them. I ask if a marriage or funeral ceremony or the ordinances of the Lord's house would not be as acceptable in the sight of God as though he was white? And if so, why is it not to you? I ask again, why is it not acceptable to have men to exercise their office in one place as well as another? Perhaps you will say that if we admit you to all those privileges, you will want more. I expect I can guess what this is. Why, say you, there would be intermarriages. How that would be, I am not able to say. And if it should be, it would not be nothing strange or new to me, for I can assure you that I know a great many that have intermarried, both of the whites and the Indians, and many of their sons and their daughters, and people too of the first respectability. And I could point to some of the famous cities in Boston and elsewhere. You may look at the disgraceful act in the statute law passed by the legislation of Massachusetts, hold the 50-pound fine levied upon any clergyman or justice of the peace that dare to encourage the laws of God and nature by legitimate union in holy wedlock between Indians and whites. I would ask how this looks to your lawmakers. I would ask if this corresponds with your sayings, that you think as much of the Indians as you do the whites. I do not wonder that you blush many of you while you read, for many have broken the ill-fated laws made by men to hedge up the laws of God and nature. I would ask if they who made the laws have not broken it. But there is no other state in New England that has this law but Massachusetts, and I think as many of you do not, that you have done yourselves no credit. But I am not looking for a wife, having one of the finest caste, as you no doubt would understand while you read her experience and travail of soul in the way of heaven. You will see that it is not my object, and if I had none, I should not want anyone to take my right from me and choose a wife for me. For I think that I or any of my brethren have a right to choose a wife for themselves as well as the whites. And as the whites have taken the liberty to choose my brethren, the Indians, hundreds and thousands of them as partners in life, I believe the Indians have as much a right to choose their partners amongst the whites if they wish. I would ask you if you can see anything inconsistent in your conduct and talk about the Indians. And if you do, I hope you will try to become more consistent. Now, if the Lord Jesus Christ, who is counted by all to be a Jew, and is well known that the Jews are a colored people, especially those living in the East where Christ was born, and if he should appear amongst us, would he not be shut out of the doors by many very quickly, and by those too who profess religion? By what you read, you may learn how deep your principles are. I should say that they are skin deep. I should not wonder if some of the most selfish and ignorant would spout a charge of their principles now and then at me. But I would ask, how are you to love your neighbor as yourself? Is it to cheat them? Is it to wrong them in anything? Now, to cheat them out of any of their rights is robbery. And I ask, can you deny that you are not robbing the Indians daily and many others? But at last you may think I am what is called a hard and uncharitable man. But not so. I believe that there are many who would not hesitate to advocate our cause, and those too who are of men of fame and respectability, as well as ladies of honor and virtue. There is a Webster, an Everett, and a Wirt, and many others who are distinguished characters, besides any host of my fellow citizens who advocate our cause daily. And how I congratulate such noble spirits, how they are to be prized and valued, for they are well calculated to promote the happiness of mankind. They are well to know that man was made for society and not for hissing stocks and outcasts. And when such a principle as this lies within the hearts of men, how much is it like its God, and how is it honors its maker? And how it imitates the feelings of the Good Samaritan, that had his wounds bound up, who had been amongst thieves and robbers. Do not get tired, ye noble-hearted. Only think how many poor Indians want their wounds done up daily. The Lord will reward you, and pray you stop not till this tree of distinction shall be leveled to the earth, and the mantle of prejudice torn from every American heart. then peace shall pervade the Union. Secular and sacred Jeremiad. Like Walker's appeal, Apes's An Indian's Looking Glass for the White Man functions as a Jeremiad, castigating white Americans for their spiritual and political failures. Neither government nor white citizen in the United States, Apes asserts, have treated American Indians as brethren or neighbors, and he identifies racism as their sole basis for the discrimination. He does not use the word racism, which didn't enter the English lexicon until the 20th century, but he does express that the sole basis of the prejudice is skin color. Thus, he calls out the many who take the skin as a pretext to keep us from our unalienable and unlawful rights. And he calls out this discrimination as unrighteous, unbecoming, and as corrupt and as unholy as it can be, thereby identifying the contradictions between Christian theology and racial prejudice. Apes signals the contradiction by asking a rhetorical question. If you would like to be disenfranchised from all your rights merely because your skin is white and for no other crime? Like Phyllis Wheatley, Apes linguistically plays with the negative connotations associated with the color black, describing his white audience's prejudice as an impure black principle. He describes the hypocrisy in their contemptuous treatment of the Indian Christians as a black inconsistency, which is 10 times blacker than any skin you will find in the universe. He accuses white Americans of not understanding the difference between metaphoric darkness, which is used to signal moral failures and ignorance, and literal darkness, which is located at the level of phenotype. We should also observe a similarity between Apes's arguments and Judith Sargent Murray's insofar as both writers explicate the vicious circle in which unequal opportunities cause the detrimental conditions for a community, and those conditions subsequently are used to justify the perpetuation of inequality. Apes identifies several features of American Indian life as the cause of the people's degradation. Clearly reminiscing of his recent experiences with the Wampanoag at Mashpee, Apes observes that Indians are not afforded property rights. Many would think it a crime to go upon Indian lands and cut and carry off the most valuable timber or anything else they choose. As a result, Apes explains most of his community are impoverished and half-starved, and this economy vulnerably causes many to turn either to prostitution or to alcohol. Additionally, he explains, most American Indians have no access to education and, therefore, also no way to regain economic authority. The title of Apes' essay also reveals the central argument he wants to make about these social injustices, which is that they are the result of actions of white governments and citizens. As a Peloquy Indian, he holds up a mirror, an Indian's looking glass, to reflect back what has been done to his community. They have robbed and cheated his people of their rights, violated the terms of both Christianity and the U.S. Constitution. Yet, despite this intensity of the anger he expressed throughout the essay, Apes ends on a redemptive note, looking ahead to the future in which the mantle of prejudice will be torn from every American heart and peace shall pervade the Union. This prospective optimism is also essential to the American Jeremiad, which scolds and bemoans failures but also foresees a better future.